I'm out here looking for you. Where you at? Running late at night to get you back. I know I fucked up and that's a fact. I was just trying to do me, trying to succeed with this music. I know I spend too much time in the studio. I know you don't support that shit, but I need you in my life. That's why I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you right now. 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 I'm out here searching for you once again. Checking all the places you go with your friends. And I know I need you here right now to make amends. I don't wanna end up on a rooftop thinking about you. I spend too much time getting faded. These other women, they too complicated. Yeah, I know it's you I wanna spend my everyday with. That's why I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you right now. I'm looking for you right now. I'm looking for you right now. Right now. I'm looking for you right now. I'm looking for you right now. Put a glass box around her and she'll break the glass. If you try to cage her in, she'll light the match. Oh, she's like an animal, it's in her blood. She will turn every chain into dust, into dust, into dust. Like the wind is free, like the water's deep. She's a burning rush. If you try to take what is in her veins, watch her turn her life into dust, into like the wind is free, like the water's deep. She's a burning rush. If you try to take what is in her veins, watch her turn her life into dust, into Queen of hearts, ruler of stars, like Cleopatra waging wars, a goddess in her human form. The queen of hearts, ruler of stars, like Cleopatra waging wars, a goddess in her human form. Into dust, into taking me down and out. You made it look like it was easy, so easy. Lifting me off the ground, I'm moving on like it was easy, so easy. This could be breaking me down. It's just that I know better now. This could be breaking me down, but everything looks different now. was smoke and mirrors. Your love was just a game, but now I'm seeing clearer. Watch me forget your name. I bet my life upon it. I'm moving past you now. There'll be no holding me down, down, down. This could be breaking me down, down. It's just that I know better now. This could be breaking me down, but everything looks different now. Think you know me? I'll leave you lonely. Think you know me? I feel you now. That's the old me. I tell you now, that's the old me. Oh. And then he told me about it, use me till I'm gone. Would you like me if I do what you want? Tell me fast, I'll see if I'll get that. Hurts so bad to be the saddest one. Hurts so bad, don't want my attention. If I try, you're like, don't talk to me. I'm so miserable, cynical, emotional. You're so hot, I don't get the games you play. But you're wonderful, cynical, emotional. Emotional, 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 emotional. When I can't find home, 'cause the stars won't glow, you're the light that guides my way on empty roads. When my burdens show, 'cause I walk alone, you're the brightness in the dark inside my soul. 'Cause I know that I'm the name on your lips, boy. Take my pain with your kiss, boy. Here I'll stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in. How you guys doing? My name is Upmind, and tonight we have a banger of a matchup. It is a very important matchup here for GGPR. It's going to be GGPR facing off against SKDC. You guys have been waiting all week for this game. I know I have. Man, I mean GGPR. What a time it's been, right? From the time that we just saw them growing in ESEA main, and then now they find themselves not only in a golden position to potentially make their way all the way to MDL, but they've already secured themselves a relegation spot. This team has a lot of potential, but when we're talking about potential, we're talking about SKDC also. This team not only has the potential, but they have the veteran mindset. They have the veteran players. Period. We're talking about veterans like Ocean. We're talking about Senthis, for God's sakes. Even Dusty. This entire team is cracked. So GGPR, I would like to argue that this is probably their tallest task of this season, other than probably facing Gaming. So at this point, it's winners semifinals, and we're starting off on Train very soon. Just to run you guys through the last game that GGPR ended up playing was a game against Revenant Esports. That was a 2-1 victory, and it was a close one all the way up until we reached Mirage, and then that one was just a nice walk in the park. We saw players like Vic step up to the plate with some insane shots, and I know for a fact that you guys are looking out for what would be the same exact sort of highlight plays for the night, especially when we're talking about players like Lowrider, Exotic, Creed, our boys, right? Our guys. But hey, although this is the GGPR stream, I'm going to keep it even. Not going to keep things biased. I'm going to call it both ways. But hey, you guys are watching the GGPR channel. And if you guys do enjoy what GGPR does, you guys can go follow them on Twitter at GGPR Esports. And for the rest of this night, of course, I will be your host, my observer for the night, my producer, the guy with the sexiest HUD on planet Earth. It's our boy Flippy Bits. You can follow him on Twitter at FlippyBitsGG. So at this point, we can actually run through our maps. The first map, like I mentioned before, is going to be on Train. Number 2, if I'm not mistaken, is on Dust. And number 3, I did not get an insight on the decider. It is Inferno. So these are actually 3 maps that GGPR is relatively confident on. And ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to talk about semantics anymore. We don't need to talk about predictions, because we are jumping right into round 1 of map number 1 of winter semifinals of ESEA Advanced Season 35. It's GGPR facing off against SKDC, and we're underway here on Train. SKDC, they're going to be on your right side. GGPR on your left, aka Mr. Flippy Bitsy, if you don't mind changing things up as soon as you can. We will be seeing a little bit of a default in a sense from SKDC. Not going to exactly call it that, but it's definitely it's very much a slow start, looking out for the extremities. That's mainly the type of characteristics that you look for in a default, really just trying to take a sight on what would be almost every single spot that your opponents could potentially peek you at, especially if we're talking about the terrorist side. Then for GGPR, they're vibing out at the moment. 3 over towards the B side, 2 actually in Ivy, but one of them is mainly just playing anti-flash and watching over towards main and Pop Dog. But now we vibe out. Couple of smokes coming in for the SKDC side. There's 3 players trying to pop out of Pop Dog, and it's going to work out in their favor as 2 players, Lowrider and Vic, if I'm not mistaken, are both stuck over towards that Ivy position. They would have to look over what would be that backhaul stronghold, and indeed they are. Vic with 1. He's probably going to get himself another one because he's just an absolute nutter. And this round is just a shutdown by GGPR. Not a singular casualty. It's a great hold by Vic and the rest of the squad. A very fast rotation. But that's exactly the setup that they had. They had 2 players already close up towards that connector side on B. So to that extent, they hear a singular peep. They see those smokes coming onto that A side, and they're already ready and raring to go just to try to not only retake that side, but also reinforce the hold period. So SKDC, they're on a double eco. They're going to hold on to Deagles purely because of the fact that they're not exactly going to invest into the next round. They might as well put at least some of their economy in this round. They only have a singular player with armor, and that's Senthis, just trying to be that solo carry in a sense. Creed already snagging out an early frag, and for now, we're vibing out. Very fast way to start things off. Who do we have in chat? We have Yay. Chat, what's up, Yay? Same thing with everyone else. GGPR. There's a lot of regulars, especially King Killer. Was popping, was bracking. all y'all. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah, another chill night for now because, well, I think the last time that I did a cast here, there were a couple of rounds that were pretty sleepers. A couple of strings of rounds that, you know what, I could just interact with chat. So if you guys are just around, just trying to have a good time, if you guys have any questions about what would be the world of CS or just questions in general, just get a conversation running. I am always around and I'm reading chat as we go. But hey, I'm not always paying attention to that because we actually do have a game. It's going to be a frag back for Exotic. Actually, make that two. Vic back on one. Actually, good stuff from Semphis. He does snag a frag and a little bit more damage, but that's not exactly going to equate into a round for SKDC. Neither is it going to be economic damage against GGPR. They're going to stick to their guns that they had in that last round. SKDC does not have enough money to actually reinvest in this round, so they're going to stay at around that 2K, 3K mark. A couple of these players will be able to buy ops into the next round, but no, we are indeed not seeing that. At just around 3K, they think that they have enough, which indeed they do. For the terrorist side, economy nowadays is starting to get a little bit more lenient towards the T side, where you can buy rifles a little bit earlier. You can still have the flexibility to have nades, but in the case of Sapphire at the moment, they're not exactly able to buy out what would be the full util setup. It's very essential, only sticking to what is important. You have Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way, on that front line. He got pelted in the face with a grenade, and well, SKDC vibing out, waiting to actually approach, waiting for GGPR to really make their way on that front end. Last round, they did have a couple of reinvestments. I think the most important thing is actually Exotic going down to $50 because that wasn't exactly needed. Not exactly an investment that absolutely needed to happen, but of course SKDC, they curveballed us in actually buying out this round. And now, I mean, they have a firm hold, but look at this from Vic. Vic already has a 2K, pulls out the SART arm, but it's simply not going to happen. Last person remaining is now Jorge. On the 1-on-3, tags down one. He already spots out a second, but Yu-Gi-Oh has the angle at box. SKDC, a massive round, but it was a Hail Mary. GGPR could have taken this all the way up to just about a 4-0, 5-0 starts. But instead, we're seeing SKDC keeping things close, keeping GGPR grounded. They're going to go to a half buy at this point, so that was very successful on them, just having the rifles, depending on the 1v1 duels. Usually, I would tell teams off for just, you know, having what would be very restricted grenades. But if you look at this lineup, I mean, come on, man. Like, do you really need to care? I mean, sure, it's important. But some of these guys, they're known as being just incredible individual fraggers in the scene, period. So just seeing them kind of hold W and frag outs, is it really exactly a surprise? Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh now. I can't get over the fact that he's calling himself Yu-Gi-Oh right now. This is Desi, ladies and gentlemen, on that front line. He already has himself one kill on the round. It still is a 4-on-3. Vic got a kill early on. This will most likely go towards the side of Desi, but it still won't happen. Vic actually pops out and snags a massive frag to equalize the round for GGPR. Now, these last three players for this squad, they're really just hounding for what would be rifles. An advantage! Lowrider, that's massive! But even bigger is this flank coming in towards Connector. But we actually do have the defuse coming in as we speak. Hiki coming in! Oh, man! Hiki beaming through the smoke! He gets himself too! This guy's insane! SKDC ties up the scoreline 2-2. And although it was dramatic for GGPR, Hiki just makes it look so easy. Jesus Christ. What a nutter. And I mean, we move on, right? I mean, GGPR, they got the right economic damage. That's all I'll say off of that one. They got 3 players down, and SKDC had to hard reinvest. So GGPR, to that extent, that is their mission accomplished. But man, Hiki totally accidented, by the way. I mean, yes, he was aiming on the bomb, but then again, there's just a second person right in front. It was just well timed, well aimed. Hiki's nuts. Here we go again, folks. You have none other than Desi Kind of sticking around that B side, just making a little bit of noise. GGPR countering util. There's smoke over towards Pop Dog as the rest of SKDC actually kind of chills around the extremities of the A site. Really just trying to capitalize on the round, kind of like they did in round number 3. Just that same smoke setup. Nothing too crazy. You're gonna see a smoke landing right in front of site, and well, Creed actually has switched up his approach here on A. It could be a little bit dicey, especially with this counter smoke, but it is dissipating little and little. But my God, Vic, are you kidding me? Guy just gets a 3K out of nowhere. He just doesn't care for his own well-being. GGPR is just going to win yet another round of what is heroics from this young superstar. 10-3 is his KD, and Lord Almighty, this guy is, again, Flawless said it in chat. This guy is actually on an other level thus far here in playoffs. I mean, let's look at his stats. Because last series that he had for GGPR, it was even more insane. It was even more nuts. I think he dropped a 30 bomb here or there. Something of the sort. I'll find out for you guys. Vic dropped 27 on Nuke, and that's the map they lost. And then after that, Vic dropped 21 on D2. And then on Mirage, where, if you guys remember, he pulled off probably what was one of the plays of the tournament. He had 18 frags. So guy was pretty close to a 30 bomb. I was kind of right, kind of wrong. But even then, his mechanical skill in general is just off the charts thus far in playoffs, and it's exactly what GGPR needed. They're a team that hasn't exactly been in turmoil. They've still held up the same core as they had last season when they won main. But even then, GGPR came into this very confident, and they needed some superstars that could really step up to the plate when the occasion really needed it. And when we're talking about pure fraggers, I mean, Vic and Jorge has really fit into those positions super well. I mean, GGPR already had their leaders in a sense, already had their staggers, their main roles. So they just needed people to really complement the squad, and it's indeed what they accomplished. Semphis, you're crazy though. Ocean, no way you pull off this 1v3, right? He gets one, but that's gonna be a kill back for Lowrider. But good stuff from Semphis and Ocean. They take down 3 players for GGPR, and that's gonna lead to a pretty big reinvestment for them, actually leading SKDC to actually have a pretty decent chance of just keeping this half even. Dank Evan saying in chat, he is absolutely cracked and jacked. Yes, indeed. He is as cracked as he is jacked. I absolutely agree. Stay hydrated, folks. Just one of those days. I'm a little parched. It's not great. It's not great. I need to put the water. I wish we had like some sort of like electrolytes, like type gamer drink. Like of course we have our energy drinks, right? We have our G Fuels and whatnot, but like we never had like a Gatorade like substitute for esports. I feel like that would be something I would look into. Gatorade's cool. I like Gatorade. It is what it is. Going on a tangent. 3v5 at the moment. Someone has actually dropped from the server for SKDC, but that's not crazy. I'll probably reconnect by the end of the round. But more importantly, 2 early frags for Lowrider and Exotic looking over the choke points of Hop Dog and Main. And again, as the counter smokes do dissipate, GGPR, they're still going to keep an eye towards those spots. But because they have all 5, they just don't need to stick around. I mean, they have 2 players over towards the B site, pretty much ready and raring to go off of a rotate. And actually very decent fake coming out from, if I'm not mistaken, Ocean, throwing it out over on A. But of course, he is going to commit to the B site. In comes Hiki, takes down Jorge. Vic has to go nuts. He's trying to walk on out, but it's actually a double peek. Hiki wasn't exactly ready to get into a battle, but that ends up going in SKDC's favor. Now GGPR only down to a 2-on-3. Again, super well played by Hiki on that lurk, on that fake. And I think just like that, this round is over. Hiki on site. He gets himself yet another kill. This guy's nuts thus far. 3 kills for him. And this round's done and dusted. Unless Exotic pulls off something insane, takes down Sensu, but I think more importantly, he has to watch out for Hiki, who's right above him. 4-3 scoreline. GGPR, their economy is in shambles. They're going to have to save this round. And SKDC, they are vibing. Whew, there you go. There you go, folks. An electric start. Usually, if we're talking about Train, we're talking about a map that, you know, we're maybe we're talking multiple rounds for the CT side. And I mean, once they even catch a whiff of what would be just a hard reset, you don't exactly expect too much of a comeback. You don't expect like a more even game. But SKDC, they're not exactly proving that wrong, purely because every time that they do get a buy back, they just instantly win out the round. They just instantly win back. So I mean, just the fact that they're just stepping up to the plate when they absolutely needed the most, and we just saw a clutch in the last round. I mean, that's really all they need. It's their map pick. They're very strong in this map. I mean, if we look at their history on this map period, I mean, you can kind of tell where the association would fall, where even this pick would come from. I mean, they played Train, if I'm not mistaken, already in playoffs. Yes, they did. They played map 2 against Thunder Logic. They won 16-9. That one was easy peasy for them. They didn't play in the regular season. I think that's the most important thing, because it's the same meme. It's just like, oh, we're saving strats for the major. But in this case, you're saving a map because you're just playing against puggers mostly throughout the regular season. So if you keep playing just the big 3 in a sense, no one's really going to get a read on you. No one's going to be able to kind of study any sort of demo on how you like on Train. And then for the last 2 playoff series, SKDC has played on Train and they have won on Train. They are actually totally undefeated here in playoffs, not dropping a singular map just yet. So GGPR would have to do the impossible here on Train, or try to pull off a 2-1 W if they want to move on to the next round, which again is a very tall task. I think for both SKDC and GGPR, this entire road is going to be just very difficult, purely because they have to play Gaming in semifinals. I think most likely they'll take down GSG9, but you know, who knows? Who knows what happens, right? I don't doubt things anymore in NA, CS. Who knows what type of crack player is going to step up in that one? Most likely Elk. Huge shoutouts to Elk on that team. Same thing with Jason. But we do have a round, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is map number 1. If you guys see on this beautiful HUD that we have here, provided by good old Flippy Bits, you see the maps on your left side. During your breaks, you'll see the rounds. You'll see the maps and the round count on the right side. And, well, you see on your left, Train picked out by SKDC. And at this point, this round has not exactly gone towards the wayside. Good early battle from Lowrider to take a W. And what in the world are you doing, Desi? Holding W right towards Lowrider. I mean, oh, ridiculous. And is Lowrider and Hiki about to run into each other? Lowrider heard something. He's coming up on him. Yeah, he does. He gets the frag. Now, Semphis is fishing for the kill. Both are very similar in terms of HP. He's about to peek in. Lowrider gets the kill. Unbelievable that GGPR was actually able to win that round. Wait. Oh, wait. I can't hear the game. It's over. Oh. Is it over? And that's not over. Oh, you actually get the defuse. That's crazy. On God. On God. Unfreaking real. So there you go. GGPR actually able to win the round. Jesus. Yeah, I apologize, folks. I can't actually hear the game at the moment. I think we'll fix that actually in between games. But just a little error on my part. But for now, wow. If we thought that SKDC needed to step up to the plate during the rounds where they absolutely needed the most, GGPR, they came in with scraps. They came in with that hero op, and they made it work. Not they made it work. Lowrider made it work. That guy's insane. Then again, most of the players walked into his crosshairs, but then he turned into a battle op at the very end of things. At the end of things, guy's insane. ADR count 145 for young Vic. Nuts stuff. But off of that one round alone, Lowrider has just exploded all the way up to 113. Sempha's on the other side, 114 though. Pistols for SKDC. And Jorge has the MP9 on the front lines. Good. Nothing else to really say about that one. If Jorge ends up going down, that's not a huge loss for the team, but the MP9 is going to be able to kind of act as a meat grinder on that front line. And not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, they have, I think that's Exotic there with them too. So for Moss, easy peasy. Still waiting for the approach. There you go. They only have a very limited round of util, but here comes Jorge. Again, like I said, meat grinder. Exotic on that back line's looking for the spray down. Again, from Moss, not exactly known, so it does have a little bit of a tough time after it. It's going to be guns picked up here by SKDC, specifically Semphis and Ocean, the boomer duo. Semphis is on that front line, and he's looking to frag. That bomb is all the way in that back line, though, and can be defused. But wait a minute! Semphis, no way he wins this round! Green, he's gonna go down! We've had 3 rounds already this game. Pure dramatics. And Semphis has stepped up, rolling back the years. Oh. This guy just held W, and it worked. Semphis, you're a god. I can't handle this. Like, my heart, man. I don't think we can have banger rounds like that. I mean, we're early on, right? Usually when we have early rounds during a game, like, I treat it like a warm-up. Just like, oh, get all your analytical stuff out, and then you can get the play-by-play going in, like, the second half when things are hype. But no, all of that has gone out the window. This game has turned into an absolute beast. And it's all in the hands of what would be multiple insane fraggers on this map, on this server. And I mean, you can really point at 3 of them thus far, maybe 4. I think I'll say 4. Lowrider, that's unfortunate. Lowrider with a little bit of a TK. Semphis with a 2K. Yeah, this round is done. GGPR even 4 spot into this round. Well, that's not fun. There's no fun. Or hey, he can do some damage. Turn the corner. Sidearm, but it's simply not going to happen. 5-5. King Killer, CEO of GGPR, says in chat, players will give me a heart attack in the next year. In the next year? Playoffs. Why in the next year? That's crazy. Well, I was about to say. Incredible Molly. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in my ear whispering, sweet nothings is none other than Flippy Bits. This is actually very enjoyable. Flippy, can they hear you? Aw. Yeah. Get your mic on. You don't need to commentate, but just be there.
Pretty sure they can hear me now. I hope so.
Yeah.
It says it's going.
Oh, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Flippy Bits. I brought him in for today's game purely because you can see that he is. I mean, his production quality way better than mine. So that's most of the reason why I brought him in. Guy's a beast. Guy's a madman. Flippy, I love you. Know that?
Yes.
Damn right you do. Someone said in chat, I want to kiss off mine on the lips. I don't know how old you are, but if you're 18 plus, see me on land, I will smooch you on the lips. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. Full buy coming in for GGPR. Full buy coming in for GGPR. M4 is down the line. The util is a little bit weird. Right? It's just essential, but then again, on this CT side, they really just need to keep things essential. Really just keep things to the smokes. Mainly just for what would be tight, intense scenarios. Really just for those solo interactions more than anything. Vic. Ooh, Vic! Beaming through that smoke. He actually takes down Desi. So that's a man back for GGPR. But look at this spot for Hiki. Hiki has held W all the way down. That's Hiki stuff. Exotic once again. It's going to be a 3-man rotation back for SKDC. Going towards kind of back hauls. But again, a couple of players in T-Con. Jorge has to pop off. Exotic still in Pop Dog. That is huge. In comes the drop from Ocean. Now into 1-on-3. This is possible. Jorge down to only... what is that? 6 points of HP. And even then, Jorge, that guy was fully flashed. He was just spraying at nothing. Casper the Ghost was on his screen, and he was just following him, and man, it worked. GGPR 6-6 against SKDC. Yummy. Let's see. Someone said, threat level God. You did see me on land, huh? Did we talk at all? Because I know that land is relatively small, so I kind of got to talk with like most of the people that go to that land. If you went to like one of the early ones, I was pretty shy, and not only that, but I wasn't 18, so it wouldn't have been legal for for me to give a smooch on the lips. But now that I have grown up, dog. Now that I am 20 freaking years old, I will give all y'all smooches on the lips if we see each other online. This is getting weird. There are no sponsors for me to go on, but GGPR, the same offer goes out to you guys. Here we go again. It is a big round coming in for both teams. Again, SKDC coming off of an L, but most of the players had just about 6K in the bank. We've already gone through just about a minute of play, but not much interaction. One player over towards Ivy once again, just putting on a little bit of pressure onto the GGPR side, which is okay. Purely because none of these players are actually going pretty aggressive. Lots of movement over towards B for GGPR. Not exactly optimal. Just try to keep up a spot and just hope to God that SKDC walks into those crosshairs because it's about to go down. Pop flashes on site. Jorge watching the drop. Exotic watching the cross. This could get dicey. Exotic in a great spot. This crossfire is amazing. Jorge, like I said, these players can just walk into their crosshairs, and that's almost literally what happened. What a madman. 7-6 scoreline. GGPR in a lead once again. And, oh, baby. SKDC, they can still have a bye. It's not exactly the last round of the game. Last round of the half, that is. And, it could get dicey. GGPR, off of this round alone, could actually extend their lead to a 9-6. There you go. But then again, they still have what would be the sauce. Would be the goods. Look at Desi right now. Pop flash onto low rider. He still shoots out. Again, very preemptive. Not exactly frag though. Instead, it's going to be Vic once again. Off that smoke over towards Ivy. Does not exactly catch any sort of damage from that, but the nade is chunky. Does at least 10 to both Sensu and Ocean. So that's really just some chip damage. Too crazy. There were some Twitter talking about Vic in between the Revenant game and today. Why not, man? Why not? Vic is here to prove the haters wrong. I mean, I was there commentating the round, right? And that spray down was pretty weird. But I mean, I could probably go off and be like, no, it's not actually that sus. He just sprayed it in a general direction. It's not exactly a common spot to pre-fire, I'll tell that much. But it was a good conversation. It was a good clip to actually have. Again, no bias, but it was a weird clip. Vic now. It's 1v3. Still checking up. Okay, Vic. Okay, Vic. Sempis now in 1v2. Oh, gonna be able to catch one. Jorge trying to go for the wide swing. That's gonna be the end of the round. 8-6 score line. And, well, at this point, SKDC, they're not going to be able to have a buy into the next round. Of course, they're going to want to force buy up. But otherwise, It's just light work for GGPR on this next round. So entertaining half, to say the very least. But now things have slowed down. We can vibe out. I wish we could actually have a conversation about this stuff because, like the Vic clip, it was really just a couple of people on Twitter. Like, here's my motto about Twitter. Like, 280 characters can only do so much. It can only do so much. Like, if there was someone in the community that actually like made like content, actually said something about it, they wanted to explain it, that would actually be kind of cool. Not like Dan M type stuff, like harassing the players, but you know what I mean, something like that. But folks, we actually do have a round. He had Ocean early on in the round with Mac 10, taking down one, and oh, this is already getting all loosey-goosey once again. You do have Ocean still on that flank over towards that A side, but he's actually going to stick around to B main. And bomb is still down. Good stuff from Lowrider. That was point blank, but again, Desi still snags on a frag. Lowrider, he's, oh my god, he's on that battle op. Hunting, but I mentioned that SKDC, they might have just been down and out for the count in that round, but indeed that they weren't. I keep underestimating them. They still have the pistols. They still have Mac 10. You can still hold W and still make things work. They picked apart the GGPR defense, and it worked out in their favor. Again, score is 8-7. It's all G. Because now it's even. SKDC now has a massive chance going into the second half to kind of sweep this one away. Let's talk, folks. We're talking about Vic again. I like this. Vic bought $1 cheats off of eBay. I don't think they're that cheap.
I mean, the cheats I use are free. But then
Really?
again, I'm also not a player, so I kind of need mine.
Like, do you consider HLAE cheap?
Yes. 100% yes.
Well, there you go. well, there's that, right? Someone, same guy said, at least we're not in Brazil. Yeah. No. Myself being a Brazilian, man, I'll tell you. If those accusations about Vic kind of happened against a Brazilian team,
Oh goodness.
because again, they're not. I'll say that they're baseless. I will say that they're baseless. It's an insane spray down to actually go for, but it's baseless. There's nothing concrete to it. And if Brazil catches a whiff of that, dog, we're talking like, again, the same thing with Leaf, where we're having a young kid having some pretty hateful DMs. So I mean, it's, you know, it's almost a good thing that we don't have people in the community kind of explaining situations, because then I think that people would actually be maybe overeducated. I think there's like a double-edged sword to that. That's a good conversation to have one day. Try to pick a podcast. Ooh. What else you guys say in chat? Can we get an Upmind kissing booth at LAN? Jeez. No. Threat level god. Oh, I know exactly what LAN you're talking about. Kirakami, 4-shot KRZ. Lawson, yeah. That was like Underwatch NSG like 2018, late 2018. Yeah, I remember that one. That was my first ever gig. That was my first ever LAN that I went to. Man. Those are some memories. If you go to my Wikipedia page, which, again, I'm just shook that I have one to begin with. But if you look all the way down on my Wikipedia page, you'll see a credit for that event. That Underwatch event. Dude. It feels good having your very first experience in the CS community be right there documented. All the craziest thing. Well, actually, I want to see this. Wikipedia. I want to see what team you're talking about. The lineup. Because I know you just sent me a lineup, but let me just check if that's exactly the one that we're talking about, or that I'm thinking about. NSG Academy, Underwatch. It might be it. I remember meeting Kirakami. He goes by another name now. I forget what other name he's up at now. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Slash level. I remember. Mr. Threat Level God, PHX. Yeah, man. I didn't know you were PHX. I was just named like Threat Level God. Who the hell is that? I remember you, man. Easy peasy vibes, folks. I wish lands were still a thing. You know, I wish that we could still go back, but hey, we will be able to, in, you know, hopefully a short amount of time. But for now, we're looking at what would be the best sort of action that we could possibly get from this tier 2, tier 3 NA scene. We're seeing, again, advanced playoffs. We're currently already in top 5 territory. And we're already off to a bang. Huge early frag by Desi with that early peak. Not down to sign mouse pads right now. Sign my mouse pad, please. GGPR. Waiting up. And back hauls a B. It's going to be 2 players for SKDC. They're not exactly holding up close. They're trying to play what would be just hard lanes. But even then, GGPR, they have the right smokes to actually counteract it. But look at this boost from Sensu. Perfect stuff on top of the rails. He's going to be able to snag himself 2 frags in this round. Again, the first pistol round, perfect by GGPR. Not a singular casualty. This time, SKDC wins it without a singular point of HP taken away. Amazing, amazing stuff by these guys. And, well, at this point, they're just going to be able to counteract back onto GGPR and just keep schlapping. Just keep wailing away. Whalers. Is your mic still on? Why?
Because I turn it off because there's a lot of noise that comes with my mic just due to I wasn't ready to have my mic on. So I don't have like a noise gate on it.
Okay. All right. Understandable. Just talking to good old Flippy Bits. Behind the scenes, folks. Talking about...
Oh no, now I'm toggling it on every time I
cool,
talk.
Cool. Just want to hear his sexy voice on stream, man. That's it. That's all I'm saying. So, Deagles around the side for GGPR. We're talking about... Wait. Yo, can you give me 5 good reasons? No. I never said they were similar. I will not give you 5 reasons because there are... I don't have 5 reasons. You're putting me in the hot seat. When am I getting interrogated? Jesus Christ. Deagles, by the way, for GGPR, we're talking about a double eco. Ocean around the corner with Miles looking to farm up, and indeed, he's going to be able to get 2. Ocean. Still trying to frag away. He's trying to make his way still through Ivy, and that's actually going to be Sempus with frag. Easy peasy round for SKDC. That's going to be 4 players remaining for their squad, so not much reinvestment at all. Easy peasy. And don't start pretending like he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, man. Like I said, I have no opinions on the matter. 0. Zilch. Second eco now for GGPR. Jesus Christ. Chunky nade doing so much damage. So many people on GGPR. Pushing around the corner. He's actually gonna get overwhelmed, but even then, Creed on the other side gonna be able to take down his own teammate. Sensu now can farm up. He is low on HP. There you go. Jeez, Hiki now. Yeah, that's an MP9. GGPR could potentially get this bomb down, but the wide swing is not being launched from Pop Dog. That's just unfortunate. Low Rider goes down, but still 2 frags for GGPR. Again, decent damage, but nothing insane. But this is really where GGPR really has to step up to the plate. This is their first buy round of the half. But SKDC, man, like I mentioned before, their train, it's efficient. They haven't lost a singular map of train. And I think now going for it, I don't think it's gonna change. I really don't think it's gonna change, because I think at this point they went out what would be 1 or 2 more gun rounds and it's already wraps. I mean, this team, they're already very dominant on CT. I was able to watch their game before, and oh my lord, jeez, if they keep hitting shots like that, I mean, not only is this map done, but this game is over. Jesus lord, Hiki. What a shot. And well, now GGPR. Stuck isolated throughout the map. It's going to be a default for him. I think 1 player in C-Con at the moment. 2 players back halls over towards B. 1 watching more or less over towards Pop Dog. Just waiting to see if there would be a peek whatsoever. Again, just easy stuff early on in the round. At around the 1 minute mark is usually when teams call for the rotation back. And there you go. Around 50 seconds. We're just vibing. 4 players, splits. What would be 2 extremities. 2 over towards T-Con. Still 2 were trying to get into Pop Dog, but they ended up abandoning ship. So now we wait up, and comes some deep smokes on site. Good pop flashes. Semphis has a beautiful angle, but lets one pass by. That's actually Vic that just does not know that Semphis is there. Oh, Rider, no way. Holding his knife out on site, just trying to hold W, and it simply does not work out in his favor. Jorge looking for an insane spray down, but that's the round done and dusted. 8-11 score line for SKDC. Now with a red carpet to take the dub. Also, so the person that was telling me earlier that I was comparing it to Leaf, you misunderstood me entirely. I was saying that that it was like the threats, you know what I mean? Like if we were, it was totally hyperbole. We were talking like if the Brazilian scene caught wind of this, or if it was against the Brazilian scene, it would be like the Brazilian scene. You know, like going into the young kids DMs and like just making a whole show about it. That's really the one point that I was trying to make. Again, no hate, no opinions. Again, I am Brazilian, so I mean, just spin straight facts. But hey, Vic now. 1v5 only has a deagle. Really isn't gonna save it all. He's really just looking for economic damage. Just trying to get a couple of frags to get these rifles out of the hands of these guys. And well. Done and dusted. 12-8 score line. GGPR will have the guns back. Oh, man, are you backtracking now that all the GGPR boys? No. The CEO was in chat, Hamtaro. You being here changes nothing. Other than the fact that I have 1 more person to love. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Changes nothing other than the vibes. Big round coming up, though. We're seeing GGPR actually make their way around the map. Yet another default. You're having 1 person over towards Ivy, some attention in T-Con. They've actually abandoned it a little bit, still grouping up towards that backhauls area. This could get interesting, though. Can we get a camera on Desi real quick? Desi. Yeah, no, he got up close. Around the corner. He's actually going to go for a huge swing, but it's not actually going to go down. So a couple of these GGPR players spooked at the moment. But SKDC, they haven't taken on any damage. And, well, at this point, we're seeing GGPR kind of getting fragged out. And this is just an awkward scenario. Desi is going to spot out Lowrider through the smoke. But Jorge, good return frag. 2 players. B site, waiting up for an actual approach. They're holding up the lanes. Whatever GGPR actually has in terms of a take, they only have a singular smoke to actually work with. So if they're trying to cover up the lanes, it's simply not going to happen. 1 player over towards Ivy at the moment. Let's get a cam on him real quick. We have Exotic sitting up over there, and we actually have Ocean still watching up over on that angle, waiting for that cross. So that could get interesting. Just kind of keep an eye on that. But then again, GGPR trying to make their way over towards T-Con. Smoking off site. Again, like I mentioned, only a singular smoke to actually hold out on. And Exotic is nuts. Just swing all the way out. And now Sensu, only man on site. And Vic takes him down from above, being the hero for Exotic, who again was not ready for that swing by any means. And now SKDC down to a 4-on-2. Semphis, Hiki, kind of vibing out. They're not exactly pushing this scenario, but now Semphis kind of has to. Hiki is going to aim to save this up. Again, the economy of SKDC, it is very constant at the moment, very familiar, so they're fine. Exotic, he doesn't really care for this hunt from Semphis. He's going to get that kill. Quick, easy, simple round. No, it wasn't any of those. Tough round. Real tough round for GGPR. As now SKDC is going to stick onto this AWP, still putting on a little bit of economic damage at the very end of things. But if we're looking at the overall picture, Sapphire, they're looking just fine. GGPR, however, they have to keep on winning. They have 2 players that ended up going down in that last round. The economy for the team is still going to be a little bit fine going forward. If they end up losing this round, their loss bonus is at a competent level that they'll be able to rebuy, no issues. But SKDC still on the in the driver's seat of things. Waiting up for the actual approach. It is going to be 3 players. A 3-2 split, looking between A and B for the CTs. Again, nothing crazy. In terms of Utsil, GGPR, they have the full kit. And at this point, really just trying to really see if any of these SKDC players were going for any of those aggressive plays that they had before. If we're thinking about kind of the flow of these rounds, GGPR, they haven't really been one to hold W, neither really to get any lurks. What we're seeing here from Exotic on the other side of the server would be considered a little bit of a lurk, which is a little bit different, but this team is still ready for it. It's going to be a frag back for Hiki. He still keeps on to him. It's a very common spot for lurks anyways. I mean, if you're going to lurk on this map, you're probably heading right into Ivy. So having someone there, especially at this point of the round, it's easy peasy stuff. Desi right through the smoke, going to be able to take down Jorge. Deep nade, not exactly going to be chunky. No bomb going down just yet though, but Creed pops off out of nowhere. Emotion goes over. Trust shot. No, but it's been super. Come on, for above 3 kills from lights, and that would be the round. So unfortunate, but it's going to be a 13-9 scoreline. Oh, really? Can they hear you? Oh, man. Yeah, looks like...
I apologize for Discord going potato mode there.
Really? That's all good.
Yes, I apologize for it.
No, I'm just saying, really, Discord dying? That's not a surprise at all.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like an hourly thing, if we're being honest. But hey,
no,
can't say much. It's free.
It is free. We could have been using VMAX, but even that dies sometimes. But hey, folks, GGPR lost out on a 2v1 in that last round. So now at this point, up against the ropes, they've actually bought out pretty hard. If I'm not mistaken, their loss bonus is at full. Can we get a check on that? It is at full. So if they do end up losing this, they'll still have a buyback. And what would be potentially the round, not after this, but the one after that. So potentially what would be a 15-9 scoreline if they end up going down. So it's not exactly the best of scenarios, but GGPR, they still have a couple of chances to bring this back, including this round alone. Big frag coming back, though, coming in from Hiki to shut down a little bit of that hype. Creed, okay. looking away from what would be, I think a flash stuff together. Sorry, just look down, man. The madman can't exactly hear anything either. So I think the audience has more info than I do. But hey, still now a 4v4. Frag does come back in the hands of Vic, taking down Sensu. Ocean over on top of site. This is a cheesy spot, but it does work, especially if you're not playing it at all throughout the game. Ocean, he does get himself one, but Jorge takes it back. But that's enough distraction to pretty much finish off this round. Exotic around the corner does take down his opponent, Kiki. The op is down. He's actually going to confine in that AK. He's down to 23 HP, 10 seconds left. If I were him, yeah, no, you could still save here, no problems. But even then, it's going to be Semphis to put him 6 feet under, and that's the round away. GGPR going down once again. They do have enough money to really buy into this one, but how deep are they actually going to go? The AK has already gone towards the side of Lowrider. It's a full buy too. SKDC, it is a heavy reinvestment, especially if we're talking about Ocean and Kiki. But, man, it's not looking too great, but it's looking amazing for SKDC. Like I mentioned, once CTs really get a whiff of what is success in train, I mean, once you win 2 gun battles in a row as a CT side, it's essentially done for. There's really nothing else to really say about this map. It's really fast rotations. Kind of consolidation of choke points is probably the easiest to actually do here on train. But even then, GGPR, they put up a good fight, but not exactly in this half. If I'm not mistaken, only a singular round has been taken back. And they really have to fight for this one. Over towards Pop Dog, there is one player waiting up. That is going to be Semphis. Or no, I'm sorry, not Semphis. Oh, I'm blind. That's Sensu. Waiting for the drop. Most likely we're going to see a little bit of pop flash right into a drop. And indeed we do. Sensu gets into that interaction. The pop flash comes in. And Vic actually wins it out off the drop. So GGPR has at least a man up. 3 players at the moment on the A sites. Waiting up. One's in a fast rotation spot, and he's actually going to execute off of that early. Just about 30 seconds left just to keep these sites relatively even. If I'm not mistaken, most of these terrorists, though, waiting up over towards T-Con with only 20 seconds left. So this site has to be taken by them immediately. There's one player in Ivy. Desi is just making a whole lot of noise. That frag from Jorge isn't exactly going to be all that pivotal, especially if they just can't get this take on. But in we go. Rotation comes in. The bomb will be able to go down, especially in that ang. And there you go. Exotic taking down over toward, or taking down players over towards Ivy. Kiki trying to get sneaky. Guy is about to hit a 30 bomb. But again, someone's trying to shut him down. There you go. That's the 30. Make it 31 for him. Jorge gets a frag back. He was the player over towards B that was lurking around, having a good time. But now Hiki, he already has the 3. He would need to make this an ace. The bomb ticking away is making this a tall order. This round might as well just be done and dusted. SKDC has this one in their pockets. 14-10 scoreline. GGPR takes it. Next map, ladies and gentlemen, you can see on your right side, that is Dust 2. Dust 2. Very common map in Advanced. So there's not really much you can do about that one. Fortunately for them, though, SKDC has not been too efficient on D2, especially in the regular season, but we can stop talking about that for now because we actually do have a round in our hands. GGPR, for the first time in a very long time, they just hold W in their way onto the B sites, and, well, it works out in their favor. They take down what would be, again, I think 3 players, 4 players in that whole vicinity. But now you have Sensu on that rotation back, on the flank in T-Con, and it's good for 1. Does get the kill with the MP9. Jorge still chasing him down. Sensu, again, this is a tall task. There's an AK right in front of him, but Jorge, he's going to take the right angle for it. Goes all the way over to B, gets the bomb down, and that's the round done and dusted. Sensu, he's wasting so much time for this. Oh my. This is actually amazing for Jorge. Sensu, again, has no clue that this bomb is planted at B at the moment. And again, he was a little bit too far away to actually hear the beeps. And again, he's going to get closer and closer onto sight. He's not going to hear it. He's not going to see it. Bomb is still on B. Is this guy going to opt to save in a 1v1? No kit. No, he has a kit. What? It's too far gone, I guess. Sensu doesn't even want to take the chance. Round is going to go towards GGPR. Too good. He did outplay himself. He wasted a lot of time. But, again, this is my crutch. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything, so wherever the bomb is going, I just have to pay attention to Flippy's wonderful HUD. Just kind of seeing that bar go down. And I kind of have to just like, oh, how many seconds is that bar? Yeah, I get that it's 40 seconds, Flippy, but I don't know what the ratio is, right? I don't know what the bar...
Well, when a fourth of it is gone, that's, you know, 10% or 25%.
I don't want to hear it.
So
I don't want to hear it from Flippy Bits right now.
Well, okay, fine. I'm going back to muting.
Love you, buddy. 4 players remaining in that round for GGPR. The USPs get pulled out for SKDC. I think that's the first legitimate. I think that's the first legitimate save that SKDC is actually gone for. No force. So GGPR, they are able to build their economy a little bit. But here's the thing with being this late into a game, economy is no longer an object. Like it's almost like mute. It's almost a moot point for me to even talk about economy. But we can't talk about the frags. Jorge, you absolute madman, wide swinging in, and it just so happens to be that 2 SKDC players are just waiting up to get killed. Great spray down from Sensu, however, beaming right through that smoke, and that's gonna be a fat. Again, equalizer for SKDC. But the round, or at least space, is still in the hands of GGPR. Bomb will be able to go down on the A site after an immediate call to go on back. Ocean does get the frag back onto Creed. So Exotic now in such a rough scenario. He's just waiting on that top level. He's getting sprayed down. They haven't even cleared up every angle. The bomb is left over towards Pop Dog. And I mean, it's planted for Pop Dog, but he's still here, climbing up the ladder. Ocean actually goes for it. Exotic wins the round. On God, Ocean might have just given that one for Exotic, but it was just a last-ditch effort. Exotic, you god! 13th round for GGPR. SKDC left in the dirt once again. He's just waiting. Patient. Waiting like a viper to strike. And when the time is right, when the prey becomes prevalent, he makes his move. Great stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. So that's round.
So I just pulled up the match page. Hiki is on 107 ADR right now. This deep into the game. With 34 kills.
Jesus Christ. Hiki's nuts, man.
He's on another level tonight.
I mean, what an opening. And I mean, I was talking about like this level of opening for Thick in the last game, but this one is way better in a sense. 34 kills in the hands of Hiki. SapphireKelowna.com. These guys, man. They still have a lot of potential. They still have a whole lot of frags to give out throughout this game, but even then, GGPR, they're looking at yet another clean round. Again, like I mentioned, this round is just about done and dusted. There's a couple of deeks. GGPR, they don't need to care about economy anymore. Like I've said before, this is not exactly that important. We back, boys. Waiting for an actual approach. No frags, again, back for SKDC. And again, these guys just watching over towards off angles. Not exactly going to be any frags back. So GGPR, they take back 14th, easy peasy stuff. And again, economy, not exactly an object. They're not going to get chipped down or anything of the sorts. Now in this next one, SKDC, most of their players, they do have enough cash to actually buy up all the util that they actually need. Same thing with the M4s. AEWP actually going to be back in the hands of Semphis. Hiki actually buying up the double op. Hiki has been the main op for the team, not only throughout this game, but also throughout the season. But then again, SKDC, they have a couple of players that have been known to use up AWPs in the past to just be main oppers. So it's not exactly a surprise that they're going to have a very prevalent double up here on Train. Train is a sniper's paradise, folks. So we're seeing that dynamic happen once again. We're seeing the snipers at least being distributed over towards that A sites. Easy peasy, no issues there. GGPR waiting up for their actual approach, though. 3 over towards Ivy. 1 more or less near Pop Dog at the moment. Waiting, not exactly to drop, but still assaulting that area. 1 over on B, waiting up for an actual approach. A couple of players for SKDC have kind of been chilling around that top catwalk area of B. So hey, it's just it's slight work. We do wait up for an actual approach. One player was looking over towards Ivy, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there you go. That's Hiki. We back off of that position in a better spot. But the wide swing from Exotic. It's all too efficient. Again, double peek outs. Not exactly going to be able to consolidate both players, not by any means. And there you go again. Semphis around the corner over towards their spawn. Not able to take down both either. But in we go. The flank is already known. The bomb hasn't even gone down. This could be huge for Ocean, but he comes out a little bit too late. And now Sensu capitalizes on the distraction. Gets a frag back. Ocean could get a huge one onto Horror, and indeed it happens. Lowrider 1v2. He has the AK to use. And Sensu steps up to the plate. Massive stuff for Sapphire at the end of the round. And not just the team, but we're talking about Sensu and Ocean. Massive stuff. GGPR, they're going to go down 14-15. And again, they have the right economy for this. But, man, oh man, this has just gotten entertaining.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Are they really going to send me to overtime on map 1?
Send you to overtime? Dude, we're talking... Hey. If we were talking about... I mean, if we had GGPR at the early lead, say like double digits, we're talking like 10-5. I wouldn't actually be surprised that we're seeing overtime. But Sapphire has actually broken apart pretty hard here. And it hasn't exactly been because of what would be just hard takes from GGPR. They're running out most of these 1v1s. And I don't want to say that it's a byproduct of Train, but some of these players are starting to get a little bit more elusive. Actually, you know, kind of not exactly holding W, but just being more aggressive. And, well, at this point, GGPR, they have the right patience, just like in that first kill. It's already going to be a player going down for SKDC. Ocean, down and out. So now, still the double op setup, prevalent. Both are holding up over towards the A sites, but again, if I'm not mistaken, that's Semphis on the fast rotate. He's going to be pivoting around, and again, he's in a golden spot, but GGPR has the golden util. They can cover up these lanes, but they have to watch out for jump up. Sensu ended up getting 2 kills. That name, or even ended up getting the position. 45 seconds left. There's still a whole lot more CS to be played. The GGPR know that they'll be incredibly patient. So I would cross. That's my the down and attack by any Muslim. There's some sight. Oh, I see he's dead. Man, In comes to the set the way get the kill on Vic. No you worry. Jorge back. Not gonna find anyone instead. Let's get an eye on Exotic. Exotic goes down. Jorge now in a 1v3. He has to be the savior for GGPR. There's someone watching the angle, and it's going to be Hiki. Hiki putting the stamp on what is an incredible game for him. 35 kills for the man in SKDC. They're gonna take the game 16-14. I mean, incredible stuff from really both teams. I mean, you gotta give it to SKDC though. They really dominated throughout that second half. And just talking about the first half, anyways. Anytime that we had GGPR with an actual advantage, it was almost immediately shut down. Almost immediately. I mean, even if we're talking about getting ecoed or we're talking about just a buy round coming back, we're always able to kind of consolidate that T side and kind of have a deeper strap book in a sense. But when we're talking about the second half, we saw what was economic advantage for a couple of rounds for GGPR. And again, some good heroic performances. But what was really important was SKDC just holding to their own at the very end of things. Just in that last round, it was what it was. GGPR, they held W on site. They had the right util in a sense, but even then, just didn't work out in their favor. So 16-14, it was anyone's game, and ended up going towards the side of SKDC. We have Dust 2 coming up in just a little bit. Flippy, what's up, big man? What are you saying?
I was just telling you I need you to talk for a few minutes because I'm still running graphics to get them ready for our little break between that. And Discord is dying again. I love it. I hate it here.
Discord
I'm
dying. Kidding. Is what it is. Folks, how you guys doing in chat? Was someone talking? I'm not allowed to say any expletives, so I'll just say this. Someone talking in chat? It is what it is, right? You'll have haters, you'll have lovers. But, who's in chat right now? Dank, Evan, Garfield. Garfield, welcome back in, buddy.
Oh, hi there.
What's up? What's up?
All right.
Flippy, how has been your day?
I have been awake since 4:30 because I got a call from someone who needed a HUD. And then
4:30 p.m. or a.m.?
A.M.
Gotcha.
Europeans, you know, they do their thing. And then went to work, which is normal. And then got off work and came here. And now I'm here.
Welcome. I mean, cool. I mean, busy day for the Flipmeister. I had class in the morning. After that,
that's disgusting.
Pretty much a vibe. I want to see some opinions about this. There's a LAN going on. There's a Super Smash Brothers LAN that has been actually very much talked about in the Twitter sphere. And it's right here in Orlando, where I live. And I want to hear what you guys' opinions on. I don't want to run a poll or anything like that, but I just want to hear yay or nays. So this LAN center is in a mall. This LAN center is relatively small because, of course, it's at a mall. And it's a 24-person LAN. They have temperature checks, sanitation after every set, all that. We're talking about Super Smash Brothers. Everyone's bringing their own controller, peripherals, and whatnot, but that's a lot of switching out. Would you guys go to this LAN? I mean, if we're talking about any other game, would you guys go to a LAN of this size if they had the right sanitation? Because I was contemplating it for a second, especially if I was just going to chill out at a commentator's booth. But I'm just like, knowing the people in the Smash community, I don't think I will. I don't think I will, purely because I know that people would be irresponsible. And guess what I see when I go into the stream later? I go into the stream and I hear one pair of voices for one set, and then next set, I hear someone walk on, pick up that set of the set of headphones, like the headset, and just start talking. And I'm just like, what if that was me on there? Are you telling me that I would actually have people like rotating in the commentary booth, like walking in and out, just grabbing the headset, like typing on the keyboard in front of them? Like, no, I knew for a fact that it was going to be irresponsible. And it was. And it was. Who would have known, right? Flippy, we good?
I do believe so. I just got everything updated. I didn't need as much time as you gave me, really, but I appreciate it.
All good, folks. Gonna take a little bit of a break, hydration and all that. You guys already know what's up. Follow GGPR on Twitter at GGPR Esports. Again, I went to the ESCA page and Core Red said that this was the that Exner was the unbiased stream. No, this is unbiased, folks. You can stick around or you can watch Exner, whatever it may be. I don't care. But hey, we are staying unbiased and we're having a fun time. So if you guys want to watch some more commentary of this game, a banger game between SKDC and GGPR, map number 2 is Dust 2 and it's coming up in just a little bit. You guys don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
face down, I can't get to you. I'm in the red, so cut to the chase. What will it be today? You keep taking the upper hand.
Bring us in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. It is map number 1, done and dusted. Map number 2, we have arrived. And now GGPR, they have their map pick of Dust 2 here against SKDC. My name is Upmind, and, well, map number 1 was as close as you can get. It was 16-14, and, well, now at this point, GGPR, they're looking to continue the streak that they had in the second half, and it's oh so good thus far. Jorge looking to clean up, and he's going to be able to snag himself a 4K off the bat. That's how you start things off. SKDC, no chance, as I spelt out over towards the long area. Map number 1 went in a linear place, in a sense, before we ended up going towards the last couple of rounds of the game. SKDC, they moved over to the CT side. They ended up sweeping away the GGPR side, and, well, to that extent, it looked all too good. It looked as if their map pick, the map pick that they haven't lost in thus far this season, was more than right, was more than efficient, was more than confident. But GGPR, they still pulled up a very, 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 very good fight at the very end of things. But even then, it just wasn't enough. Again, the 14-16 victory going over towards the side of SKDC. Huge, 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 huge shout outs to Hiki for actually nailing in. I think it was 35 kills. He not only reached the 30 bomb, but he even outstretched to a 35th. So, man, SKDC looking good. They have the individual fraggers for it. They have a legend on their team, such as Desi, such as Semphis, such as Ocean. But now, ladies and gents, we do have a little bit of a force spy coming in for SKDC. They spill their way over on towards the B site. The MP9 agreed. It's efficient for now. Exotic cleans it up with the MP5. But hey, it's Dusty over in mid, but he's going to go down. 2-0 start for GGPR. 2 players are going to go down for the team. So a little bit of a reinvestment, but it's not going to be too insane. SKDC can't invest back either. So just a couple of pistols just to equalize things. So about that 2K mark, well, GGPR, they're not going to invest anything too insane. Just want to, I think, keep things clean and really hold out for what would be the next 2 rounds, including this one. So we'll really see GGPR upgrading the rifles really in the 5th round. So whatever they have right now, just expect it to be a very consistent team. Oof, low rider. Nice ride. On to Desi. Still Vic. And if I'm not mistaken, Jorge both looking over towards that cat area. Hiki. Also pop, but nothing too crazy. No frag from it. Low rider, however, farming mid. 2 more frags for him. Semphis trying to get the peak on, but it's gonna be Vic capitalizing back. So like I mentioned before, the guns that GGPR ended up investing into the 2nd round, it's gonna maintain almost exactly the same. They're gonna stay there, and really from now on, GGPR needs to watch out for the rifles. Really needs to restrict them, because if anything, SKDC, they're more than ready to just take this round, kind of in one fell swoop. But again, more than expected. We need to see GGPR try to step up to the plate, force this team to reinvest. Their economy is already in shambles. It's already on thin ice. Whatever damage that the CT side can get, even if it's not a dub, is already efficient. Early take for Sapphire stepping up. Slowly making their way on site. That molly is going to force things out. Good smoke back. That player in Ninja most likely is going to go down, but still not without a fight. That's actually Jorge. Low rider. He is on HP. Desi, he does have the space to actually go for this wide swing or potentially the drop on. Low rider taking even more damage from Desi. Still holding its own, but it's finally the kill for Desi. 3 on 4. Creed the only one with a rifle at this point. Sensu watching the cross. He's going to be able to get the off angle off of it. Creed gets one back. Make that a second. But you still have Hiki watching over towards site. Vic, it doesn't have any util to cover up. That was so efficient for GGPR. 4 players down for SKDC. They ended up getting the bomb down, so that's the most important part. They're still able to boost up that cash. That does help them out in the future. But GGPR, with what was not even a buy, it was the SMGs that they had from 2 rounds earlier, able to hold down SKDC to only a singular player. And if they end up winning this round, not only did they reset SKDC, but they can extend their lead. And boy, what a start for it. Lowrider beaming right through the smoke, able to get a fat frag in top mid. But now, I mean, they don't really stop pressing W. They make their way all the way up cat. There's still one over towards long that could potentially take down a couple of players. In comes Desi, still watching the ang, watching the corner, but Vic, oh my. Jesus. Once again, these guys' peaks have been immaculates. But speaking of immaculate, we might have an immaculate flank coming in very soon from Ocean. You still have Hiki chiming in. I think Ocean is finally getting that peek in, and there he goes. He gets the frag back. Creed with that frag, but now it's going to be a 2-on-2. Creed would have to win out. Not only Hiki, but Ocean waiting out in mid. Both players go down on incredibly low HP, but big round for SKDC as they will finally get themselves not only another round on the board, not only leaving GGPR at a reset, but a red carpet to a tie game, most likely at 3-3. What are we talking about in chat? Any gamers? If you're a gamer and you're in chat, say hello. Gamers gaming. This round isn't exactly fun. We're seeing pistols for GGPR, so it's really just vibes. King Killer still around. Gavatron, B Paint. Gavatron, B Paint, welcome. Phoenix, welcome. Brendan Moore, welcome. Axel Cloudy was popping. Some new players coming in from the second map. New chatters. New players. Folks, it is yet another round. Round number 7 here on the board. And early on, we have Sapphire. SKDC. A little bit of a default. Getting nothing too insane off of it. But again, everyone just watching early angs. It's going to be a 3-on-2 and long. These players have a crossfire set up. Exotic. Watching on over. A sights. Has been taken back. Or, hey, that is massive. The crossfire isn't even needed. Just the angle and dumpster is more than enough. Now look at this spray down from Sensu. This guy's a madman. He has opened up this round entirely, but now in comes Jorge, takes one back, and oh my! Jorge lining up for the ace, but it's not gonna happen! Ocean wins back the round for SKDC by a matter of pixels, by a matter of milliseconds, and my oh my, SKDC They started off the streak with no rounds, and they're continuing it with 4. Most likely getting a 5th off of this round. Jeez, GGPR. Putting themselves in a rough situation. Gotta give huge shoutouts to Jorge off that round. Gave their team a massive chance. Gave his team just the man advantage in general, but no dice. Pistols now for GGPR. Nothing crazy. SKDC. AKs across the board. A full util setup. No problems. Really just waiting for players to peek in. Almost 1 minute left in the round. No need to panic. No need to rush. It's all just good times. Ocean opens up a mid. Does force the situation a little, but he's just watching over towards Cat. Towards Cat. Speaking of Cat, all 3 players for GGPR. Chilling in that position. They have upgraded pistols and a scouts. Wouldn't exactly be all too efficient to save those, especially if they're going to be buying into the next rounds. They do have almost full loss bonus, I think, at tier 3 at this point. Sensu, hate to see it. 2 frags back for the squad, and not only that, but Creed gets 1 back. This is massive. So much economic damage getting booted onto SKDC off of what was a disastrous peak. And although SKDC wins the round, the long run, the dub, the overall dub, the sauce, may be in the hands of GGPR, but they would need to win this round to really make sure of that. Peek down mid from Hiki. Don't think too crazy. Smoke goes up at the perfect time. That long smoke goes a little bit deep, but that is going to restrict the wide angle. Peek over towards long, but even then, low rider is going to go down to Hiki. Master frag Vic in an off angle. Not the one and done, but like I said, he's done. He's out of here. How many teams go to MDL this season? I think overall 3 or 4. And we're not talking about advanced. Oh my god, Creed. Oh my god, Creed. Hey, there you go. Flank up in top mid. Able to get 2 incredible. I mean, you can call it incredible, but pivotal is the better word. Frags for his team. Or hey, trying to get a little bit sketchy with it. Ocean. He looked over. If I'm not mistaken, Creed might have seen him, but even then, it's going to be Vic with the AWP at the very end of the round to win it out. GGPR 1 back. So, yeah, I think it's either 3 or 4 teams. But that's 3 or 4 teams, including the teams that go into relegation. So, let me actually get a right head count for this. So there's going to be 4 teams making it into relegation, and both of these teams are already confirmed at least for relegation. So that's no problems. That's no issues. But the 4 teams that are waiting up there is Imperium, Recon 5, Vario Pro, and Kinship. And confirmed, there are actually 5 spots. 5 spots open for MDL next season. Chances are high. The teams that make it to this point of the season. But now look at Creed. Yet another massive multi-frag to open up the round a little bit. Again, Sapphire, not much to work with at the very beginning of this round. They did force buy pretty heavily. Ocean has still a CZ in his hands, but you gotta watch out. That smoke dissipating is gonna be the bane of Jorge's existence. That's gonna be a rifle down. That's gonna fill up the team. Sapphire, they're gonna win this round. Exotic only has 34 HP. Massive again. Because we see what was a huge momentum shift round for GGPR, right? Or at least they're set up for it. Off of this round, they would have gotten so much leverage. But just like that, SKDC doing the exact same thing that they did in half number 1 of map number 1. Shut down the hopes and dreams of GGPR. Bomb's gonna tick. That's the round. 6-4. We've reached our 11th round. In GGPR, they still going to have a bye in this round. They're still going to be fine. But in terms of the rest of this half, might be a little bit too risky in a sense. Almost sketchy. Because again, SKDC, they themselves are on thin ice, but off of this, they reset GGPR. So it really has to be a couple of very early pivotal frags. Good stuff from Lowrider getting a pick over towards top mid too. Gotta watch out for a player that's actually right behind the door. Detsy has to run away. Three players trying to make their way long. This is really just a lurk from none other than Destiny, but I think the most important thing that we have to be looking at now is Vic. Let's get an eye on Vic. Vic over towards long. Trying to win out this battle, and indeed, he wins out at least one. Oh, he actually gets the kill at the very end of the Sensu. And that's going to be the round done. GGPR again. One last hope, one last buy, and they've done it. 5-6 has now SKDC. They've been put into yet another eco scenario. And what happens when SKDC are low on cash? They don't care. They don't care. It's the double eco. So yeah, they're gonna invest off the first or off the first part of it. But they're still gonna have a semi-competent buy off of this. Double AK. Exotic has the first peek. Oh my, it's going to be massive, but it has to be Vic on the front end to actually get the frag. Exotic's got to run. He misses out yet another shot. Creed watching it. Oh no, there's a player that swings on, but instead, yeah, no, there he is. He's going to get pinched out. Exotic does take one back onto Ocean, but this round is equalized. It's a 2-on-2. That is just pure chaos. Bad management of Cat, but it wasn't really bad management of Cat. It was a couple of missed shots from GGPR. And that can open up a round entirely. Lowrider, though, coming in from long. Exotic. And Cat. Spray down from Sensu, but he's not able to get the frag. Instead, now it's going to be Desi now in a 1v2. He has at least one into Lowrider. And again, that's huge. Exotic has to wait up for the peak. Oh my, Desi. Merely pixels away. Desi trying to make, again, the marathon peek in. And he's going to win the 1v2. We're trading rounds here, folks. My lord, SKDC has done it again. 7-5. What is up with these first halves being so entertaining? In Sapphire, they went on another one. SapphireKelowna.com. Wowzers. Creed. Spray down into long. Able to get a frag. But more importantly, B side is wide open. think someone is watching back. Lowrider and Exotic. They have made their way through. Getting all that information. Can we get an eye on Sensu? Yeah, the Sensu. Sensu is going to go down to Exotic, but you have Kiki watching the door, Ang. Now it's just down to Exotic now in a 1v2. Wide peek, straight down with a Galil actually from Exotic. No way he wins this. Desi has a good angle on site right now. He's hiding behind triple, and a singular bullet will do it. Waits for a sound cue, and he peeks on out. 8th round for SKDC. They're going to win out the half for now. And GGPR, they have their bye. Oi, Hiki. That's going to open up the round. Interaction and long at the moment. Let's get an eye on that. Tempest. Are you choking me? Holding W. Just with a Mac 10. He is so dangerous no matter what gun he has in his hands. Lines him up, grinds him up, and just like that, it's going to be GGPR down. I mean, they were down to a 3-man disadvantage, but now it's only down to a 1. Purely because Creed, he has stepped up to the plate once again. Yet another incredibly pivotal multi-frag. And he's going to be looking for more because this B-side hasn't been taken. He's watching the cross right now. Desi right behind. Low on HP. Creed has made his way up. Over into car, and he hasn't been spotted. Lowrider, same thing. Cross going in. They have to watch out for mid. But oh my, what is this call out from Desi? Whatever it may be. They think it's coming strong, but there you go. Lowrider, fat frag onto Hiki. Not only does that equalize things, but that is going to give a little bit of an advantage. Watch out. Desi making his way in. He's on HP. Creed! No! No! The lineup's going to happen. The trigger discipline for Desi. SKDC yet another round. Just like that. Rifle. Down in the hands of GGPR. They're downgraded, though. It's not good. Not only that, but Lowrider holding W. Attaboy. Sensu. Good hold. Able to get a couple, but watch out. Still through that smoke. There was a player waiting up, and that was Exotic. That's going to be the frag back. Great, last one remaining in 1v4. In comes SKDC over towards Cats, and they've backed out immediately. It's Creed already on the cross back. In comes a flash. Creed's actually looking to fight on this, but he gets shot through the door. 5-10 scoreline for SKDC on the T side of Dust 2. And again, we're talking about SKDC. A team that lost both of their regular season games on Dust 2. They lost to GGPR, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say that again. They lost to GGPR on Dust 2 earlier on this season. A mere month ago, this happened. But the right adjustments have been made for SKDC thus far. And they're currently in the turning of tides. As now they have a 10-5 lead over the squad. Now that GGPR goes over towards the T side, we start to see maybe the cracks of D2 start to show. Who knows at this point? First of all, what's up, Droid? It's been a while. How you doing? Welcome to chat. Is this upper bracket? Yep. This is upper bracket. The other side of upper bracket, for those who aren't watching, it is currently 1-1. Yeah, gaming in GSG1. Or is it G3SG1? Because that's the gun that I know. GSG9. Oh my. They're messing with my head. I don't even know what that means. But they have a very solid roster. And they're currently tied up with Yeah Gaming 1-1 going into Inferno. Shoutouts to J-Dubs and XM on that team. Two good old friendos of mine. Glad to see them succeeding. Did I just see someone in chat with a bad opinion? With a really bad opinion. Somebody said that they wasted money buying Raising Canes. Raising Canes is God's gift to this forsaken earth, man. Raising Canes hits so different. Like, it is immaculate how much it hits. No way did you just say that you wasted $12 on Raising Canes. No. No. You indulged in Raising Canes. You had the pleasure of spending $12 at Raising Canes. Anyone that has the blessing of having a Raising Canes near them, all I'm saying is that you have to take advantage of that. Oh, you always regret buying food. Oh. I guess so. I guess if your wallet doesn't like that, then I guess. But Raising Canes is insane. This is where I could pull out the LAN card, because I know PHX was in chat earlier. At the LAN center where me and PHX was at a LAN in Boston, there was a Raising Canes within 2 or 3 minutes from a Raising Canes. When I tell you that Raising Canes came in so clutch for so many bad days, Aman. So many bad days. It's good. We're not even sponsored by any restaurant, by the way, boys. I'm just vibing out. Second half taking a little bit of time to actually start up. Again, it's a big week for ESEA. The rest of Advanced have playoffs coming, you know, within the next week and a half. If I'm not mistaken, grand finals is slated for, I think, next Wednesday or something of the sort. So things are happening quick. Either that or Friday. Can't remember the date. It has to happen before Thanksgiving, so probably Tuesday, actually. Damn. We're on a tight schedule. Speaking of Thanksgiving, what's everyone's plans? Are we roasting each other in chat? Let's not do that. Keep things vibe. No negativity, no hate. What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? I'm doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm stuck in Orlando. I'm stuck in Florida, the quarantine center of the world. So I can't go back home for Thanksgiving. So I'm staying home. I'm vibing out. Probably gonna stream that day if I'm being honest. I don't stream a lot, so that's actually pretty good. If you guys are with family, that is something. You can't say nothing if you're with family. That's all I'm saying. If you said I'm doing nothing, and that means you are literally doing nothing. Digital Thanksgiving. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Interesting. Landsgiving. Stream time without Binder's family. Damn right. Damn right. Oh, that's good vibes. I just play like chill beats in my stream and all that. We actually have a round, folks. And this surprisingly is a round. Every single person for GGPR is all the way back in their spawn. I've never seen this. Are they counter-stratting off this? Anti-stratting? Because again, it's not usual that you see again an advanced team go for a strat like that. Staying all the way back in their own spawn, and well, is what it is, right? But now Steph is here to try to clean up this round, and indeed, he will almost succeed in doing so. Now it's a 1v3. Exotic down over towards Long. Has the right tap. Oh my! The peek from Sensu. It almost goes so wrong. Man goes down to 5 HP. Exotic. You absolute madman. Almost wins out the round for GGPR, but it's going to be SKDC. With what was a good strat to begin the round. Booting it down. I think it was 3 players down tons. And the rest of the players on the map, the last 2, really just trying to stay relatively safe. They actually pinched down on tons that second player over on B. But otherwise, GGPR, they made that possible for no reason. But as you can see, there are rifles in the hands of this team. As they did end up getting the bomb down. Big from Hiki early on. Sensu has a great angle. But that is the one and done if he does end up getting swung on. But now he has the reset. Does get the headshot onto Vic. And that might be enough. Down goes Desi. And again. In comes the old guys club. The old boys club. Memphis and Ocean. Off a 2v3. Exotic gets the spray down. Last person remaining now is Memphis. He only has 30 HP. Best move here. Get out of here. He's saving. 11-6. Are we talking about CPUs? Can I flex for a second?
Yeah,
right
go ahead and
before
flex for a second. Let's hear what you want to quote unquote flex.
It's a great flex. It's a great flex.
Try me.
Because we're talking about CPUs. Not only that, but I can flex on you because you don't have it.
Are you sure?
5900X, folks, was in my mail this morning.
Why would I want that?
Not this morning, but right before stream. So your boy is going to be eating good for the next couple of months. Production quality will go up. Higher than Flippy's, I would like to argue. No. I can't say that. I can't say that. I really can't. But my part might be better.
I don't know if it quite beats out a Threadripper 3970.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Of course you have a Threadripper.
Of course.
Christ.
I make money from it.
Yes, you do.
And yes, I am talking and observing at the same time. Don't worry about it.
I love you. 3v2, ladies and gentlemen. Vic is going to be able to take back at least a little bit of this round, and more importantly, wide swing coming in from Desi. Vic equalizes things, and although, again, this was a little bit of a force buy from SKDC, they made it very successful over towards Cat, especially if we're talking about Semphis and his incredible hold down of that area. But even then, Vic has made this possible. Hiki Sensu versus Creed and Vic. There's only one person on site, and that's going to be Vic once again. He's looking for an ace. He's looking to clean this one up. I think a pixel might be thrown to that head. The molly is going to expose him. And wow, what a peek from Sensu. No smoke. No kit. And either one of these players. And Creed, oh my. He frags like an absolute madman for that. He could just wait. And Sensu is out of here. Bomb is going to explode. And well, GGPR. Yes, they're going to win the round. But I said this before about GGPR, and I'll say this about SKDC now. SKDC might have just put themselves in the driver's seat for the rest of this half if they can win out what would be their next gun round. They have just forced GGPR to reinvest so much money. So much. And it might come to bite them in the butts. Coming up in round number 20, which is going to be happening after this one. Hello, Hiki. Towards mid. Dizzy wants to get the begin. He only has the USB to use. It's not exactly going to work out in his favor. Oh boy, the P2 Fitty could be able to do a little bit of damage, but it's simply not going to happen. GGPR opens up 8-11. But like I mentioned before, cash is very much even for both of these sides, and it could get opened up very soon. But again, that's with the anticipation that SKDC could have done a little bit more damage in that last round. They didn't do any damage. Any. At all. Not a singular kill. So GGPR has actually evaded what was my omen. That's optimal. Three players over towards long for GGPR. More importantly, double coverage on Cat for SKDC. Look at that nade. Jeez. Could have been more chunky. A little bit more well placed. Would have done it a little bit farther. Would have had to thread the needle. Double coverage, though, it was as chunky as it could be. And although GGPR made some noise in mid, they're going to execute B. Sensu. He has made Car his home, but now his home has been demolished. It has been invaded and taken down. Hiki's still holding down the site. That's going to be it for that. Jorge doesn't exactly have the right trigger discipline, but he really does the most that he could. And just like that, Vic with the AWP. Stepping up to the plate once again, fragging out. He reaches his 20th frag in the game. Right when his team needs it. Score is going to be 11-9. SKDC does not have a penny to invest in this round. That's huge. That's going to lead GGPR most likely to double digits. Tactical pause. Might be a tech. Creed taking a little bit of time to come back. Now's a good time to remind you guys that I have the pleasure of being on today because of GGPR. Thank you to GGPR for hosting this one, for having both myself and Flippy Bits. Flippy, can you show me a fancy cam real quick? Fancy cam path? Just real quick.
Oh, God. No, because the round's about to start.
All right, that's fine.
Or no, we're already past.
Well,
that.
this is pretty fancy. You get.
Yeah, I mean, I could always
you know,
bring out the memes as well. You know.
Right.
The
the
cam.
GoPro cam. Jesus Christ.
It's a Flippy classic at this point.
Yeah. Now, thank you to GGPR for having both myself and Flippy Bits here on stream. If you guys want to follow us, my Twitter is at @mine_. Flippy Bits is at FlippyBitsGG. As we move on, however, like I mentioned before, it's pistols for SKDC. So it's not much that they can actually do in this round other than maybe some economic damage. It would actually be pretty big. GGPR, they are starting to stack up their cash, so at least putting a little bit of a dent in that armor would be efficient. Ooh, Ocean wants to get a little bit tricky in the ang, but instead it's going to be a return frag back for Lowrider. 3v5. Desi does not actually go down. Down to 32 HP. Sensu tries to avenge his damaged brother. But no dice. I know this is a GGPR stream and whatnot, but Cloudy, you do not get to say that Ocean blows. You do not. And no chat. In no chat ever will I accept Ocean slander. Not even if I'm on the opposition chat. No way. Blows candles on his birthday. That's what I'm saying. Because he deserves it. Because he's a king. He's not blown. He's very good. He's a legend. I have a lot of respect for him. A lot of people in the CS community can really kind of give credit to Ocean for really being a very pivotal part of their careers. And the fact that he's still playing is honestly pretty pog. Ladies and gentlemen, double up setup in this round for SKDC. There's going to be one person in the back of the B site. He's going to take on a lot of opposition. It's going to be none other than Sensu, who has been the B anchor for this team. Hiki trying to retake this site. Hiki trying to hold it down. Sensu's doing a great job. He's down to low HP, and he finally goes down. But Creed, oh man, that opens things up. Look at this pop flash go before the bomb even goes down. Desi off the pop, goes right in, gets the frag, but it's only one. Semphis now with the AWP, trying to be a hero from the skies. And in he goes, but Vic has the low ground, has the angle, and is going to tie the game up 11-11. Once again, GGPR, although they went down in the half 10-5, they have tied up the scoreline. And they proved that their opponent's efforts are futile. Pistols in the hands of SKDC. It's a half buy. He goes the cross frag. SKDC can't cop any of them. Neither can Ocean. So trying to frag at least one of these players, but it's simply not going to happen. Hiki and Sensu, last two players remaining. And too cheeky. Waiting for the actual approach. That's going to be the round. 12-11. As you guys see on the right side of your screen. A W for SKDC on their map pick of Train has led us to this moment. Us to the map pick of GGPR. A map pick that, again, SKDC, not only have they not won D2 on this map this season, but they lost it to GGPR earlier on this season, 16-11. I thought that the 10-5 half would be enough for SKDC to really ride the wave into a W. But just like that, tides have turned. The turns have tabled. And, well, now at this point, waiting for a couple of approaches from the GGPR side. There's still a little bit of attention over towards the B side, and that's actually going to equate in a frag back for SKDC. And now in comes Senfis, who finally has a very comfortable scenario with this AWP, waiting out for the slow peak. He's actually going to force out the scenario, taking down Creed, looking for a flick onto Jorge, but it's simply not going to happen. Now it's a 2-on-4. Vic watching over the Aang. Man's a little bit flicky today. Jorge has to watch out. There's going to be one coming over towards long. One close and ramp. Jorge, he's going to go down. Vic, being the last person remaining, is not going to be able to hold down the site. 12-12. The score has tied once again.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Here we go, folks. Double up setup in the hands of the SKDC. I gotta be honest, they haven't been very successful with the double ops. Especially if we go back to Train, which, again, is a sniper's paradise map. They weren't able to really snag what would be a plentiful amount of rounds with those ops. This one could be a round back for SKDC. I like their hold at the moment. It's fairly conservative, fairly disciplined, but most of these players are in some prime spots. Especially if we're talking about what has been a very aggressive player over towards Cat thus far this game. We're talking about Ocean. Hasn't exactly been able to capitalize off that energy, but he is waiting. Look at this boost here for Desi. He could open up the round just with this one alone. And indeed he does. Double for him. And just like that, the round is over because Hiki is an absolute madman. He's skeet shooting clay pigeons out of midair. Low Rider goes down in a heap in GGPR. They go down to yet another deficit. They haven't taken on a lead since very early on in the first half when they were leading 3-1. GGPR. Looks like it's going to be a more cat-centric approach. The setup isn't doing many favors for GGPR thus yet. They can't get any frags. Mid has been completely abandoned, however. That's a new one for SKDC. Well, looks like the spots are going to swap. Hiki swaps out for Sensu, who's going to hold a little bit more aggressively with his A1S. As for SKDC on A, 2 over towards long. 1 deep long, 1 car. There's 1 chilling on site. Desi again. He won the round out for SKDC in the last round, and he could do it again from this position. Not only is he playing anti-flash, but he's playing anti-util period. But he's actually going to go down in a heap. So much damage being taken on by that molly, but he still has 2 HP and a hope. He does get a frag down in long. And Ocean, same thing. Good stuff from SKDC, but now in comes the retake. No one coming in from Cat. And not only that, but the bomb is planted for that spot, period. This is good for GGPR. Couple of bullets back for Jorge. Lowrider has the angle on sight, and Hiki's out of there. He is watching the drop, so that's going to be a little bit more economic damage, but the round has been laid to rest. GGPR have taken one back. We're trading ties here, folks. The lead has been predominantly in the SKDC control, but now we're seeing what is a more confident GGPR side. They know what winning feels like. Their lust for dubs is back. And we could see another one in this round. This one's a lot quicker. This first long interaction has been gone for, and actually a pretty good deal of time. And look at the cash now, folks. If SKDC loses out this round, you gotta think economy would be in shambles. GGPR could extend to a 15th round. This could lead to the golden road for GGPR. This could lead to a map 3 alone just in this round. But again, that is semantics. That is more probability more than anything. So we have to wait up for the approach. Semphis, good hold. Gonna take down Vic. And now all 3 players remaining for GGPR are stuck over towards long. Lowrider has to step up to the plate. Same thing with Krieg. You have Jorge laying around. And there you go. Krieg takes one back. That's 27 frags for him. Man's going insane. Unreal game from Krieg thus far. We're seeing a Hiki-like performance from him. Ocean has been quite quiet. He has 9 frags as he makes his way in towards the CT area. And not only that, but it's being crossfired. No pop flash for him either. So it's just going to be a dry peek. That's unfortunate for Ocean, as now it's just Semphis and Hiki coming in over towards Cats. They have 2 players watching over towards that site. One in ramp and one in Goose, and it's a great crossfire. It's going to equate into a round for GGPR. 14-13. And like I said before, SKDC up against the ropes with their wallets being emptied. The best that they can hope for now is a half buy. They could force. Realistically, they could. But it would be too risky. Might be a tech pause here, folks. No, tactical. Just waiting for Creed to buy out. And indeed, we are seeing the half buyouts. GGPR. The golden ticket. The golden opportunity is there. They just need to take it. Up to a 15-13. SKDC, however, if they win out this round, oh my lord, imagine what that would do to the confidence of GGPR. What it would do for the flow, the momentum, all of it. Sensu has the dig. He had a couple of opportunities at the frag, but he's not going to be able to capitalize. One more player in the back of sight, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be Hiki or Semphis? Semphis. And now it's just a farm. Hiki does take one back with the AK-47 that he ended up taking on from his teammates. And now it's a 2-on-3. Both players with AKs. Both players with rifles. Could be a decent amount of damage being done. And indeed it will be. Oh my. Desi gets one back into Lowrider. This battle has to be won by Jorge, and indeed he does. One player in ramp. That's going to be Exotic. The round is pretty much done for. Kiki can't go for the defuse. Best thing that he can go for is just a couple of frags. But Jorge gets the frag at the very end of things. 2 players are live for GGPR. Finally, map point here on Dust 2 for GGPR. Early peek for Semphis and Long. We have interactions going throughout 2 extremities over throughout the map. Over towards B, it's a little bit more tense, however. Sensu has taken on a lot of damage earlier on from a nade. And Sensu Just gonna keep laying around that choke point. Leaning into it. I could see this round going the distance. GGPR, they need to be patient. They need to be methodical. And indeed they are. Especially with this hold over towards mid. That's unorthodox. But it's good just for round flow in a sense. No early picks though. No advantage. But that's also a good sign from SKDC. They're staying more conservative, staying more disciplined. Staying slower. To be a smoke over towards door, but Sensu again, such low HP, and he's still able to hold things off. But a massive return flag from Jorge onto Hiki before he could do any extensive damage. Now we're looking at what is one of the hardest maps in all of Counter-Strike to retake, and it's a 3-on-3. Every extremity needs to be controlled here for SKDC, and one of those has to be tunnels. Lowrider has the first peek and gets the kill. It goes down to 50 HP, but it does not matter. Desi, Semphis, last two remaining, make it only Semphis. He catches one, looking for a second. Man's going a little bit nuts. One player in barrel, he gets spotted out, waiting for the peek. He's gonna get it onto Vic, still waiting. He spots the head of Jorge. 16-13, GGPR. The game is done. The score is now 1-1. And oh baby, what was thought to be the once immortal SKDC has now lost out a map here in playoffs. 4 maps have been played for this team. All of them dubs. GGPR comes onto their turf of D2 and they come out stomping. Ladies and gentlemen, the drama does not stop here for the GGPR channel and overall for ESEA Advance in general. You guys do not want to miss map number 3. It's going to be Inferno of all maps. It's going to be Inferno to finish things off. Again, you guys do not want to miss it. Please stay tuned because in just a little bit, we will be right back. I would analyze just a little bit, but again, I don't exactly have I don't have like the brain power at the moment. I think I'm a little bit fried. If you guys do want a TLDR of it, GGPR came out swinging in the second half. Bar none. I think that's really the only story that we can tell because to an extent, SKDC, they had a stronger opening to the map, especially taking advantage of what is the T side and really just winning out the 1v1 duels. It wasn't exactly a tactical advantage or anything of the sorts, and it wasn't exactly a tactical advantage for GGPR going into the second half. Good flashes, good setups, but more importantly, they were winning out the pivotal 1v1s that were simply not going in their favor at all throughout that first half. It was a 10-5 half for SKDC, and GGPR took it the distance. So, what are we going to see next? Of course, Inferno should be a little bit closer, as if the games haven't been close just yet. A 16-14 to 16-13. You guys are getting your money's worth. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back with map number 3. My name's Upmind. You can follow me on Twitter at @Upmind_. You can follow my observer, my producer, my magic man, FlippyBits at FlippyBitsGG. And of course, follow GGPR on Twitter at GGPR Esports. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Die in the moment, lost in slow
Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it. Winners semifinals of Advanced Season 35 and map number 3 has been pushed by GGPR. A 14-16 heartbreak for the team, map number 1, but SKDC has maintained a level of dominance throughout this entire game, this entire sets. But now it is GGPR's time to really step up to the plate. They've won D2, but now it's the decider of Inferno. My name is Upmind, and we have Sapphire Kelowna facing off against GGPR Esports. And what is one last map to decide who is the last finalist for Winners Finals. And now, looking into the pistol round, we do have a couple of players for SKDC currently making their way up towards site, and that's going to be a clean sweep for them. Can we get a switch up of the labels, Mr. Flippy Bits? And it is done. Yes, so GGPR at a 2-man disadvantage, and Desi does not stop his decimation of this defensive side. Here comes Vic. He can't take on a shot. Lower rider goes down. You still have PP on site. Easy spot for him. Sensu overwhelms. And the round is back for SKDC. They once again maintain a lead. GGPR has been on the back foot this entire series. Is that really a surprise to the casual viewer? You have a very recognizable face, a very recognizable name, and Semphis. Same thing with Desi. Both playing in professional Counter-Strike at different points of their career. Of course, if you are a little bit more casual, if you keep up with things, you got to be paying attention to Ocean. But for those who are unknowing, Sensu, a relatively newer player to the scene, has only been in ESCA for, I think, 6 seasons now. Which in the grand scheme of things is a lot. I think that's about 2 years. But his rise to advanced has been, again, extremely quick. Played with Team Hyper, I think, 2 seasons ago. Now, ladies and gentlemen, GGPR actually have a man advantage back. Frag back. In comes actually the MP9. Making a little bit of noise, but it's not exactly going to equate into a frag. The 2-man hold in shorts is going to fall apart. SKDC, they have control of the A sites, and now the GGPR, they fully invested into this round. Well, they're really just aiming to keep up that energy in a sense for the rest of this one. Get some exits, make this expensive for SKDC. Quick update, an upset alert in the other side of winners. GSG9. 4-6 scoreline on Yeah Gaming. GSG. They've won 2 rounds in a row. Again, making things to a 4-6 scoreline, most likely being a 5-6 very soon. GSG took overpass in style 16-6. Well, yeah, did them one better on Dust 2. 16-3, an absolute stomping. So both map 3s are happening as we speak, and they're both happening on Inferno. Turbulent times here in Advanced. The team that seemed to be more or less just a lockup. The predictable finisher for this entire tournament. Currently up against the ropes. But now Creed, hello Creed, gets himself one. That's gonna wait up the actual pro. Oh wow, the wide swing! Both Jorge and Vic go for it. Hiki and Desi, last 2 players remaining now in a 2v5. They have to pop off with these AKs. Desi on top of it, trying to get a huge frag up. One player in dark is actually going to get the kill. That's exotic. Desi now in a 1v4. Waiting for the player in Big Pit to peek out. He's gonna take the bait. 2 players remaining now for GGPR have low HP. Exotic is sticking out with 65, but no armor. Desi. A little bit of an off angle on. Gonna be able to take one, but Vic is gonna finish off the round. No force buy from GGPR needed, and Eco wins them the round. In SKDC, they will have a buy back into the next one, but GGPR knocks this team down a peg before they even head into the second phase of that double eco. This is all too fortunate for GGPR if they really want to make the most out of CT Inferno. Hip popping in the way, multiple bullets being sprayed down through the smoking banana. Good stuff from SKDC though. A little bit of util. Down deep into banana. And it did do quite a bit of damage. Vic goes down to 14 HP. King Killer's having some issues. He gifted a sub, but to the wrong person. Gifted it to Flippy. Flippy, say thank you.
Thanks, Dad.
All right, that's the appropriate response.
No, see, Dad is appropriate response.
Well, yeah, he is the big kahuna.
Yeah, he is. Like, and over here, calling him Dad is semi-acceptable. Like, it would get weird if I added
don't think I would,
E
but
on the end of it.
I don't think I would.
That's when it gets weird.
I think that's just you. Hey, here we go, folks. Round coming in. And you had vacant pits. Actually ended up going down, but now Exotic waiting up in mini pit. That is classic and Exotic. He does not miss. Mans gets himself a plethora of frags. A triple for him as GGPR holds back the site in their favor. And SKDC, they're going to go down to a tie early and most likely a deficit as GGPR will most likely be extending things through a 3-2 scoreline. Hello, Vic. Oh, whoa, that bullet. He gave that man like a nice shave. His armpits, man. I mean, although it's not very common for people to shave their armpits, I think that was well deserved. No hit from Vic. That is gonna be a kill back for Sensu and the boys down mid, taking down Creed now. Jorge did get a frag back in banana. Now in comes Lowrider. Ooh, Lowrider. Nice stuff on that second kill onto Sensu. I was just Semphis in Ocean. Sensu, Semphis. God, why am I having so many problems with those two? It's like, I feel like those could rhyme some way, somehow. Good stuff in Motion. Good frag back, but that's going to be the round back. For GGPR, that's the first lead of the game. So now let's see the setup. King Killer telling me to call him Papa? Oh no, I think I'm good. I think I'm good, man. I think that's more of a Flippy Bits thing. Aggressive down mid, gonna get punished by Ocean. But not without taking out 2 frags. Uh-oh, Exotic. He has been Relatively elusive thus far in this game. Relatively evasive. And once again, he's going to flank on for yet another frag. 2 more players remaining for SKDC. They have advantage of sight. They have bomb control with Hiki. They don't have sight control. As now Hiki is just waiting up over the big pit. Waiting up for a peek. Going to be able to get one into Lowrider, Jorge, and Exotic. Waiting up in the peaks. And oh man! Hiki has made this possible. Both players remaining now with 68 AP. And Exotic comes up the hero again for GGPR. But by the skin of their teeth, that 1v3 should not have even happened. I mean, surely the 1v2. Purely because the first peak was a little bit out of sorts. But from then on, GGPR playing with fire. But they're still going to take a lead in this 4-2 and most likely taking it up to a 5-2 scoreline off of these Deegs. Pretty go home. Snags on one, same thing with Jorge. But now Hiki trying to open up arches. Gets one back into Jorge, but he still has Vic waiting up. Ooh, Semphis. That's a good off angle for Exotic. He's going to keep going. Man's just holding W. Now Hiki's the last one remaining. 1v4. Again, like I mentioned, it's an easy peasy round for GGPR. Really, the most that they need to worry about would be really just eco frags and really trying to prevent the rebuy, the reinvestment. $35 seconds left. Hiki taking his sweet time in apartments. He has 2.8k, so if anything, he could save up this M4. Pass it down to a teammate. Essentially rebuy. Keep it. Rebuy. You tell him when. But that is simply not going to happen. Hiki has more than enough cash, though, to actually buy an AWP. But we are talking about T-Side Inferno. And, again, it would be looked down upon to actually do so. But, again, I feel very confident in the skills of the players here for SKDC, whether we're talking about Hiki, whether we're talking about Semphis or Ocean with the AWP. I feel like they should be trusted in a sense. And indeed, they're going to follow up on that vibe, follow up on that energy. Hiki, yes, up the AWP. SKDC not taking a lot of control early on in this round, which is uncharacteristic. At least if we're talking about what has been their approach for really almost this first half of this game. Staying conservative, staying disciplined, staying more or less near towards mid. Banana is really just a little bit of a battle without actually going top banana back towards sandbag. I think more importantly is going to be this hold from Vic and Jorge. And Vic's going to get smoked off. It just has to be Jorge. Jorge playing Coltera has at least one for him. That's a good start. And not only that, but GGPR, they have read this situation. There's 3 players over towards A to try to hold this off. One in pit to be able to try to hold this down. Exotic, he has been a hero here before, but he gets started out early. Now Vic, straight on in through the smoking comes the crash from Desi. Oh, Creed in a nice cheeky position, gets it back. But now Desi with only 10 seconds remaining gets it on to Jorge. Yet another situation where 2 players down to just about 40 HP are in a battle. The USP! Come on, Lowrider! He's gonna take the round back for GGPR. 6-2. And the lead extends. Man. SKDC is still going to have a very similar buy to the last rounds. So it's really the same chances. Let's see what their approach is actually like, though. Oh, no. GGPR going so aggressive in this round. Or, hey. Aye. No need to go for that right now. Not in this round, at least. My own humble opinion. It's like it's reading the room in a sense. It does exactly succeed in doing so. Creed. An exotic now, and it's 2v4. Creed, what happened? Cool. What is a huge equalizer? And indeed he does! And almost takes the lead in the round for his teammate. This could get awkward. Exotic gets it! Ocean now in a 1v1 against Exotic. How is the veteran, the boomer, OD, going to be able to take this round? He has 24 HP. He's deep into construction. No way he goes for this peak. Oh, Exotic's looking the wrong way, and he's gonna win it! It doesn't matter how much HP is left. This man still has a lot in the bank to actually work with. Third round for SKDC. Of all the rounds, that was most likely the one that GGPR had mostly in their control. And after multiple rounds in their favor, GGPR, they've been dropping like flies. All of these reinvestments have all plateaued into what would be a very forceful force buy. Or most of the before. Good stuff from Semphis, actually. Second frag for him on the round. Low Redder and Exotic, the last two remaining. You still have a lurker in Alps. Why, hello there, Dusty. Why, hello there, Dusty. Dusty. Goes down. Four V2. Round is done. Good stuff from SKDC. Again, like I mentioned before, most of these rounds have been going over towards GGPR, but again, the one good thing that SKDC has done every single round is just frag out. They win most of their interactions, and again, it has led to the GGPR economy being so unstable. So now they're left in this pretty crap position. They aren't going to be able to save two rifles unless they get hunted down. Which they most likely will. This is a pretty good scenario. Exotic has the aim. Alright, position. Great spray down from Exotic. That's massive. That's huge. The same ideology that I placed on GGPR earlier could go towards SKDC. Their cash is now in shambles also. Can we get an upset alert once again for the other side of winner's bracket? Yeah Gaming is losing 9-6 to GSG9. Oh my god. Wait, is it overtime? It's overtime. Never mind. It is overtime. I lost out. I didn't update. The entire half went by. That's insane. Keeping that on my second monitor. As honestly, you guys should too. I'll give you guys updates though. This is insane though. GSG9. A team of homies. Team of boys. Might be able to make their way through. But now, looking over to this round, 50 seconds left. You have Jorge in the front lines with an MP9, and he can't exactly do much. Caught with his pants down off that flash. Especially that there was someone right behind that smoke that it was sitting in front of. GGPR left in shambles. This is going to be around for Sapphire Kelowna. .com. I love the .com at the end. Isn't Sapphire Kelowna like a nightclub?
Yeah, it's a night. Sapphire is a nightclub in Kelowna.
Oh,
I actually
where's
went to the
Kelowna?
website. I have no clue. I just work here.
I just work here.
I just do weird things with cameras.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Good, because I'm hungry.
We're closed. Midnight, ladies and gentlemen, here on the East Coast. GGPR being Kansas City based. It's currently 11:14 Central Standard Time. And at this point, late night CS action here in North America. Now, of all the rounds, right? GGPR, they're in shambles. They force bot into the last rounds, and they don't have much of a chance. I think their best chance in this one is this mid stack, headed up by Jorge. It's going to be a 4-man crossfire mid. It's 2 guys playing anti-flash. And goes low rider with a USP actually getting the kill. Oh my god, Creed! Oh my god, Creed has a FAMAS! Oh my lord, Jesus! No way, they've won this. Semphis with the AK. In a full util setup. And more than a minute left. He's got this. Deep nade. Chunky. A lot of damage onto Vic. Gotta watch out. There's one person watching the mid cross. It's exotic. And Sapphire. Again, they're going to confide in Semphis, who is about to walk into the jaws of the beast. Actually takes out 1 and a second. Massive stuff from Semphis. Shutting down the momentum of GGPR in this round. But it's not done yet. Exotic still has the HP advantage. Still has all of it, and wowzers! The eco! That's what you like to see. Nothing wakes up a game more than an eco. SKDC did it so many times throughout the first 2 maps. And GGPR gets one back. Score is 7-5. Interaction over towards Cat. Lots of use of especially what would be the counter smoke. Up close towards pallets, and even then, it is going to be SKDC with the man advantage. Gotta give it up to Semphis, though. The suicide mission coupled with the pop flashes from his teammates back in Banana. It's more than efficient. Good smoke on site. That's actually a stick smoke. Jorge. Heading right on top of what is, again, that proclaimed 6 smoke. Cross on site, but it's not exactly CT cross. But now GGPR, going back into the actual action, has the main advantage. But they can confide in these 2 players, Ocean and Hiki. They've already stepped up in clutches thus far this game, and this is so disjointed from GGPR. If they take down Exotic, there's only down to 39 HP. This run could already be done for no way. That is so unlucky. Gap in the smoke. Decides to get aggressive, and he's gonna get called out. SKDC, man. Huge stuff once again. Stepping up in the clutch. Now Jorge. Man with the Hundo P. 100 HP. Trying to make his way through. Three goes down. Jorge trying to get the flow chart running, but it's not going to work out in his favor. Ocean, welcome on back to the clutch. Going to be able to get himself 2 at the very end of things. GGPR drops another one, but you got to think about the cash. It's going to be a 7-7 scoreline. We're not talking about upgraded pistols anymore. We're talking about just USPs. Let's look in chat. Couple of reactions. Oh my god, big round, whatnot. Someone said, haha, this caster. Did I say something fun? Am I funny?
I mean, one could argue funny looking counts as funny.
Oh, there you go. But I wasn't exactly on camera, so that's...
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it is what it is. But, what's up, Flenny? What's up, Cloudy? What's up, King Killer? Mamilos Club. Like that name, Mamilos. Cheeky boost. And boiler. Nothing much to talk about. In this round, again, that boost could be pretty cool.
It's got to be one of my favorite boosts in Counter-Strike, honestly. This double up in boiler. One either looking towards the bedroom.
It's almost like a fake boost in a sense.
Yeah.
Because you don't exactly know if it's a boost or not. Unless you have insane depth perception. I don't. Ocean gets 2 kills, by the way. At the very end of things. Good stuff, Ocean. Backing at it. 10 kills for him. 7-7 scoreline. SKDC takes it real nice and easy. Yeah, gaming game. 18-16 in overtime. Currently a 4-on-4 with a minute left in the round. I'll radio cast just for a second. 2-Mal opens things up. Oh man. It's not looking good for GSG9. It ain't. Well, I'll bring you guys an update as soon as I get it. SKDC, they haven't gone into an interaction yet. They're taking a lot of control, especially over towards Banana. And not only that, but Apartments is about to get taken. Comes Desi. Can we get a spot on Exotic right now? Is that a boost? Or are they just on top of you? No, they're just on top of each other. I like that. 2 players over towards the B area, trying to hold things back. It's gonna be Vic and Jorge. They're not gonna be able to hold things off. Tight state. And here we go once again. Ooh, good stuff from Jorge, but now it's gonna be Desi over towards Banana. That's all too easy for him. He snags 1, snags a second. And now Exotic and Jorge are the last 2 remaining. You're still going to have 1 deep into Banana that actually goes down. Exotic 1v2 to finish off the half, and that's going to be it. SKDC takes the lead going into half number 2, and they have what would be the historical map advantage on it. The CT side of Inferno, and they go in it with a lead. Fat update. Yeah, gaming. They have moved on to winners finals of ESEA Advanced. So the winner of this one going to be their opponents, their adversaries. Again, got to give some decent shout outs to some people on that GSG9 team. Shout outs to J-Dubs. Shout outs to XN. 2 very good friends of mine from the Boston scene. I wish them the best of luck in the losers bracket. As if they need it. Team is cracked. They took Yeah Gaming not only to a 3rd map, but into overtime on Inferno. They have a bright future. I trust. But now we're looking at 2 teams that we could consider the past, the present, the future. The past, Ocean, Semphis, Desi. 3 players that have already made their mark and really just trying to continue to do so as they continue to play CS. And honestly, they're already close to kind of regaining a little bit of glory here in this season. The Currents, I would like to say really everyone else other than the youngster Vic being the future. He's so young. I think he's like 15, 16, something like that. Jesus.
Counter-terrorists win.
We're waiting for the second half to come by, folks. For those coming in from the Yeah Gaming game, again, this is map number 3 between GGPR and Sapphire Kelowna. My name is Upmind. I'm your caster for the nights, your observer, producer, whatever it may be, miscellaneous extraordinaire. Flippy Bits. Flippy Bits, give me something fancy. Show off. Ah, let's go. Oh, whoa, whoa, hey, whoa. So yeah, I said that he's an extraordinaire, although it may be a little bit weird. He's an extraordinaire. First half went early on in the way of GGPR, but Sapphire Kelowna stepped up heavily to the plates, kind of chipping away at the scoreline throughout the half, just getting round by round, but not exactly capitalizing on a reset against their opponents. But finally, they ended up getting an advantage at the very end of things, snagging in an 8-7 lead. Yo, Fiji in chat. That's my dog. That's my goddamn slime. Shout outs, bro. Thanks for coming by. Thanks a lot, brother. Every time I type noise, make me people pog. But now this round, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into things. It's gonna be currently a 4-on-4. That deep hold again from Hiki. Very interesting, but again, it is a pretty. All things considered, it's a dumb off angle, but it works. You know, it's dumb purely because it's not exactly predictable. Sick as hell. 55 seconds left. It's only going to be a singular person on the B side trying to hold things back. Ocean. He's smoked off in coffin, so he might as well wait for his teammates to read sick. Sensu and Semphis quickly coming over towards CTs. Oh, are you kidding me, Ocean? Beaming run right through the smoke. He's angry. He's mad. Creed, Jorge, Exotic. Trying to hold back this site. There's one person over towards Banana. He doesn't exactly need to get aggressive by any means. Creed, and he goes. Praying on through. He's only able to get one. That's a whole lot of noise, though. Exotic able to capitalize off the distraction. And, well, now it's just Semphis now in a 1v2. Creed down to super low HP, 4 HP. Exotic still holding back at the back of sights. And that's going to be the bomb going off. Done and dusted. GGPR going to win the round. Spam this emotion to help Ocean. That's good. Any smilers? Come on, boys. Any smilers in chat? Get it done. USB is, by the way, for SKDC. This is a rarity, if I'm being honest. This team has been so... I was going to add an adjective to it, but I think I'll just say it straight up. They're just confident. so confident. This squad, this SKDC team, I think they've really only gone down to USPs, I think, twice. Yeah, I think only twice thus far in this entire set. And this is their second time doing it. And even with the USPs, it's working. You get one back, P250, still in the hands of Senfus. Jorge dropped the gun too, but it's being protected up by Creed. Ocean with a MAC-10 could be able to do that economic damage. I think that's the most important part of this round in general. It's not that SKDC is really aiming to win the round. They just want to make this expensive for GGPR. 2 frags for them. It is pretty massive, but all things considered, there aren't too much of a downgrade. Every player on this team is going to be able to invest into a rifle. Multiple players heading their way up over towards Banana, whether we're talking about the CTs or the Ts. You have both Sensu and Deathby at the moment trying to hold things back. There's even a boost. That's massive, though. Is that a molly frag? You can't tell. That was Jorge taking down Sensu also. What was that icon, Flippy? Okay, so it was a molly kill. Yeah, I just didn't know what that was. I mean, I'm used to seeing, like, flames. But then again, you've come up with, like, some pretty creative icons, I think.
What, you think I did the design for this?
No, of course not. But I think you've switched it up in a sense. Everyone just uses the same stock CS icon. So I mean,
yeah, I don't like the stock CS ones. Everybody else uses them.
Yeah, you're right. You're different.
Got to do my own thing.
Easy round, by the way, boys. Senfus and Ocean, last 2 remaining. They're gonna save up this round. Someone just clipped. See this? Best nades you've ever seen. What? What was in that clip? There was nothing in that clip. Was it just any smilers? There was no nade in that. You guys are crazy. Ocean's actually holding things back, so restricting the economy of GGPR. But that is going to be the end of the round. Yeah, no, that's rough. They fished for the kill, and I think they bit off a little bit more than they could chew. SKDC, however, they are still stuck down to pistols, so it's really not going to be too much to actually look into. It's really going to be more that economic damage. Basic util setup over towards Banana. Just bounce it off the wall. Get it over towards... Oh! Get it over towards sandbags. See if we're trying to cover up what would be corner hold. With Molly at least trying to bait it out. But Exotic still holding it down. And for now, SKDC, they're holding up a 2-2. Not exactly crossfires. There's only one crossfire actually going on. One of them being over towards B. Senfus actually going for the interaction with the CZ. Bad smoke, but you already know Hiki's going to peek this one out. No shot he doesn't. And then one more player remaining on site. That's going to be Senfus, and that's done and dusted. The bomb is going to try to run away, but there's still one more player over towards apartments. Try to get a couple of eggs of frags. Doobie Creed. Again, extending the lead 11-8. Here's GGPR as we're getting deeper and deeper into this final map of winner semifinals. The Yeah Gaming game has already ended. Shoutouts to GSG9. Lots of homies on that team, but they end up falling in overtime on Inferno to the Yeah Gaming side. So the Brazilians, they move on to winners finals. Oh, so that's what it was. Some of the best camera work I've ever seen. Damn. Yo. Damn straight, man. I'm gonna be real here. I mean, Flippy, kind of explain how many hours you've actually put into just camp paths. Just camp paths.
This week? Or
Sure,
like
this week.
overall? Because just this week alone,
I don't want to know overall because that's I think not even you would know at this point. You don't log them. But how much this week alone?
So it kind of gets
no
weird
need to give me just TLDR.
12 hours.
12 hours this week. Just camp paths. Just camp paths. Nothing else with your life. That's insane. Ladies and gentlemen, we actually do have a round, however. The camera work will have to move on, but we actually need something to watch. Sensu is going to end up going down to Jorge, but not without a dink onto good old Jorge. 10 HP down. It's still going to be a hold of sights. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Flank coming in. Over towards the CT area. That is huge. That is huge. Can we get an eye on Creed? Creed is going to miss out on his shot. That's okay. It was huge, but he still has to win on his interactions. Jorge still wins at the battle against Ocean. Both players remaining now in construction. I think they've cleared out Banana at this point, so it's really just going to have to come down to Creed. The wide swing works. He misses his shot. Now it's just down to Desi. GGPR wins out the gun round against SKDC. And now we have reached what is the dying embers of this game. The dying embers of the hope for SKDC. 3K to 4K on most of their players. They're going to be forced to go down to a half buy to try to keep that economy up for the next round. Keep it stable. Bag 7 in the hands of Sensu. What do you hear? Chicken? This is some of the more amateur camera work you've done. Pause in the server, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It is intense, but we're keeping things light and slow, like I mentioned before. It is pretty late at the moment. 12:30, just about. On the East Coast, where I think me and Flippy are both residing in terms of time zones.
I'm West Coast.
Central Standard Time. Oh, you're West Coast, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it's actually kind of early for you.
9:30 ish.
Yeah. So it's
But
not bad.
considering I have to wake up at 5:30.
So you're going to bed after this. So it's all chill. CST, ladies and gentlemen. Just to remind you guys, GGPR. The stream that you guys are watching, based out of Kansas City. Kansas City. Central Standard Time, just about 11:30. It's starting to get a little bit late, but it's never late for a good old celebration. It's never too late for a champagne pop. This team is aiming to win the pennant, in a sense. Make their way to that winner's final stage. They would have to face up against their biggest challenge yet. Yeah, Gaming. Again, the Brazilian, that's going to be very conflicting for me. Because most likely I'll be here for GGPR. But for those who don't know, as if I haven't said it a million times, I'm Brazilian, folks. So my my affiliation resides with the Yeah Gaming team. Same thing with Swisher, by the way. I love Swisher. Versus my nine. But even then, it's going to be an interesting game if we do end up seeing GGPR against Yeah. But even then, SKDC, they still have a chance. Not exactly in this round. Maybe in this round. Who knows? But at least now going forward, GGPR stomping their way through. Youngsters are asking, should I come to Brazil? If you don't watch any, if I say on Twitter, watch a certain stream or you will come to Brazil, or I will make you come to Brazil, then yes, I would force you to go to Brazil. It's just how it is. Whether you want to go to Brazil or not. Love from Serbia, says Aimless. God bless, my friend. It's getting international. It's also, I mean, I keep speaking about time zones, but it's actually pretty early in other regions. Good morning to the Europeans out there. You're Brazilian, amigos. E aí, amigo? Boa tarde, boa noite. Tudo bem? Tudo tranquilo? Big round. Boa madrugada. Ladies and gentlemen, getting back on track because it is a huge round coming up. It could mean everything for this game. Could mean a reset against SKDC, a team that is only well, after this would be only 2 rounds away from losing out this game. So a reset would put them in almost an inevitable match point situation. GGPR needs this round and they need it now. Couple of players making their way up over towards Banana. You still have 1 player lurking in apartments as we speak. Double in CT. It is going to be a boost on flower pots so that is going to be big, especially for whatever Lowrider is actually planning. It might get up on blue barrels very soon. Big pick from Vic on site, taking down Semphis. Again, there's still someone on plats, but he runs on the way. Tessie trying to run out from Coffins, but he has to go through the fire and the flames, and he just can't make it alive. 3v3 situation. Bomb will be able to go down safely. Not a singular player from the CT side will go over to Banana. So it's all going to be concentrated on CT. Hot take, a save would be nice for this team. Would they rather want to hold back match points, or do they want to go for this one? Looks like they're still going for it. Sensu, no way he gets that kill! Spray through the smoke. This one's done. This round is done. Lowrider is going to go down to the Molly of Ocean. And man, unreal. I mean, SKDC, they had a 3v3. Screw it, man. They made their way on. Hiki at the very end of things with a frag. And that's going to be GGPR dropping around to SKDC. And albeit an incredible retake back for the squad. Everyone's fragging, by the way. For the first time in the sets, none other than Ocean is top fragging. 18, 16, and 6, rolling back the years. Currently a pause on the server. It's yet another game where we could see both teams go into double digits. You guys see the score lines on the right side, 14-16. We went all 30 rounds for map number 1 on Train. GGPR ended up tying the game up 14-14 after a pretty good comeback, but SKDC held it back to win the last 2. But then GGPR held back Dust 2, made again, yet another comeback. They went down 10-5 first half. CT side went to the T side and went absolutely nuts. Won out the game 16-13. But now we're looking at a GGPR advantage for the first time going into what would be the very end of the game. Going in from, I think about round 18, something of the sorts. This is the earliest that GGPR has held the lead. Don't let it break down now. Full util setup on Hiki. The rest of GGP are relying on essentials, most of them at least. Exotic does have the full. And it goes. Almost every single piece of util that this team has, then a couple of smokes and mollies, is all going to go onto this A site for a fake. It was a little bit of a fake, but Hiki comes out alive in mid. Gets a fat frag. Oh my god, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh, you have Yu-Gi-Oh, aka Desi, trying to step up, get himself a couple of frags, try to stop this rotation in. He's gonna get pinched out. There's still 2 more players here on B. Sensu trying to run away. 2 players in construction. Semphis has the angle, but even then, Sensu has the cross back. Semphis and Sensu goes down. GGPR, they have the sight once again, but watch out for Ocean. Ocean looking at frag, but it's not gonna happen. Hiki now in a 1v3 with the AWP. This has gotten dicey for SKDC. This round was theirs. 1 second, and in the next, it's gone. His team's economy in shambles. Hiki has to run away. Save up the op. Hope that you can hold off this Kansas City-based side one more time. Tactical pause. A well-deserved one at that. This game, all things considered, very even odds going into this one. SKDC and GGPR on very much the same path in this entire season. Both as dominant as they could be in the regular season. And having these 2 powerhouses collide at this season was almost poetic. It really has to be the best of the best to really try to take down the Brazilians of Yeah Gaming. And this one could just be done in the next 2 rounds. Let's see it, folks. Iki. Not exactly a frag, but a whole lot of damage. Vic is going to go down to 15 HP. But look at GGPR. They're reading this at the moment. 1 player is rotated all the way over to B off of what is just Vic making noise. It's going to be a 4-on-2 here on site. 1 player playing Dark. 1 player playing Big Pit. I'm waiting for the util. It's a whole lot of flashes, not a lot of mollies. Ocean holding back. He's going to be able to snag 1. Make it a second. No, it's not going to happen. Desi trying to go absolutely massive. Trying to make this a 4-on-2, but no. Low HP on everyone for GGPR, however. But Vic, it doesn't matter. He has the one-shot machine in the AWP. He's searching. Same thing with Sensu. Bomb is firmly down in default. Yet another Moto smoke. But it's going to leave a gap over towards Moto. Leaving a player potentially on site or in pit to try to hold things back. Vic again! An exotic at the end! A 3v2. 3v3 turns into a 3v none. GGPR now only 1 round away from winners finals. Snagging top 3 in this tournament. Gaining even more cash and a date with the Brazilians. FAMAS's. I was going to say Fami. But FAMAS is in the hands of Semphis, Ocean, and Yu-Gi-Oh! A.k.a. Desi. 2-man hold here on site. Again, this could be efficient for SKDC, however. If they keep that man over towards arches, they can at least hold back a little bit more pressure and towards something they have been failing in throughout this game. And oh my, early on, pick for Lowrider. That could be massive going forward, but Sensu finally steps up to the plate. He has been a hard anchor for this team, no matter what map we're talking about. And this time we're seeing here on B, and he is going absolutely nuts. 2 cracks more, second and third. Why not Sensu? 40 HP left on him, and it's doesn't seem like he's stopping. Runs right on through the smoke, trying to get even cheekier, but Exotic is there with the low ground. Iki snags one back with the MP9. Exotic now in a 1v3. Snags down Desi. And man, oh man, it just comes down to Ocean. Exotic's running through the smoke. He thinks that his opponent is banana. He compensates for it, but Ocean has the element of surprise. What comes down to a 1v1 ends in an L for GGPR. Now, SKDC, they win this next round, and they might actually have a path to tie this one up. It'll be long-winded. The economy of GGPR is, however, whittling down. Now, watch out once again. Yeah, one major issue that this team has had is, well, first of all, A, is banana control, and B, short control. And my, oh my, it's breaking apart already. Simpus on the front lines only has an MP9. The best thing that he can do is just one and done. Now one more player trying to go for the peak, and Sensu only gets one out of it. Oh, man! Once again, indeed he will! A 2v2 now, equalized for Sapphire Kelowna. Oh my. Oh no, Desi goes for the peak. He's gonna go down. Now it's a 1v2 for Ocean. Ocean top fragging for his team at 22. And he has to go up once again. He does not want to go down to the loser's bracket. The oh so dangerous loser's bracket. Some powerhouse players waiting up for him. One player in Big Pit. Might go for the peak. Ocean with a smoke. He's not going to be able to cover it up. And just like that, Creed puts the nail in the coffin. GGPR are in winners finals of ESEA Advance. They face Yeah Gaming in the next round. And again, SKDC. Got to give it up to him. You got to. What a streak for both of these teams. And again, SKDC, they didn't lose out a singular map heading into this series, and GGPR took them the distance. You had their map pick of Train. It was theirs. They were so confident. And even on Dust 2, a map that they ended up losing to GGPR earlier on this season, they had the right adjustments. And even in Inferno, a map that they're very confident in, really both of these teams, SKDC, and still held their own at the very end, but they weren't able to really pick up the pace by any means. GGPR, folks. Are we seeing it again? Are we seeing it again? Main champions last season. Who knows what happens this season? They have yet another opportunity. They are in winners finals. They have a best of 3 coming up against Yeah Gaming. And ladies and gentlemen, what's up? Deja vu, says Lowrider. Was brackin'. Was poppin'. You guys are awesome. Hey, no, actually commiserations to SKDC. I mean, I have a lot of respect for a lot of the players on their team, everything that they've done in the past, and I think at this point, lower bracket is theirs. It just has to keep fighting, and, well, GGPR, again, it's not going to get any easier for them, especially when they're facing off against Yeah Gaming. That's going to be a whole other beast in itself, and even if they go down to lower finals, man, it's going to be a whole other show once again. But you guys don't want to miss any of the action. It's all going to be here on the channel. Again, I wanted to thank GGPR for actually having me out here. I'm not an employee for GGPR or anything of the sort. I'm just a freelance caster, and they've been awesome to me for the past 2 seasons. Please go support them at GGPR Esports. And if you guys want to support me in my commentary career, you can follow me on Twitter at @upmind_. If you guys enjoyed any of the production, if you guys laughed at any of the cameras, if you guys enjoyed the aesthetics, everything of it, the production quality in general, follow my man Flippy Bits on Twitter at FlippyBitsGG. And otherwise, we are out of here. Congratulations, GGPR. We'll see you guys in just a couple of days for winners finals, and I'll see you guys in just a little bit too, because I'll be here in the booth. You bet your ass I will. We'll see you guys very soon.